If you're lying here tonight, unable to sleep, because your mind keeps telling you there's so much you still need to handle, this is for you. Stay with me. By the end of this, you'll understand why most of what you're holding has already been taken care of. And more importantly, you'll finally be able to let it go. There are nights when you lie down and suddenly feel the weight of everything you think you're still responsible for. Not because anything urgent happened today, not because you dropped something important, but because when the world finally goes quiet, your mind starts making a list of everything it thinks you're still holding. And that list feels impossibly long. You lie there thinking about the people you care about, wondering if you've done enough for them, the decisions you're trying to make, questioning if you're handling them right, the responsibilities you carry, checking if anything has slipped through your fingers. But here's what I want you to know tonight. Most of what you think you're still holding has already left your hands. Most of what you're trying to carry has already been taken care of by time, by other people, by life itself. And tonight, you have permission to stop holding on so tight. Before we go deeper into these truths that will help you rest, if you find comfort here, gently subscribe. This channel exists to guide you into peaceful sleep, and your support helps us create more of these quiet sanctuaries for rest. Now, let your shoulders drop. Let the bed hold you. Let your breath move without effort. You don't need to keep holding everything. Most of it has already been handled, and what hasn't been handled yet doesn't need your grip tonight. Tonight isn't for carrying, it's for letting go. And everything you've been holding can wait until morning. Let's explore why you can finally release your grip and rest. There's something your mind does late at night that feels like responsibility, but isn't. It gathers up every worry you've ever had and presents them to you as if they're all still yours to handle, as if nothing has changed. As if time hasn't already taken care of some of these things without you even noticing. But time has been working quietly while you've been living your life. Think about the things you worried about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Where are those worries now? Some of them resolved themselves. The situation changed, or the people involved moved on, or circumstances shifted in ways you couldn't have predicted. The worry that felt so heavy back then simply dissolved. Not because you solved it, but because time carried it away. Other worries became irrelevant. What seemed urgent then doesn't matter now. What felt crucial back then has been replaced by completely different concerns. Life moved forward, and those old worries got left behind. And some worries were never really yours to begin with. You took them on because you cared, because you felt responsible, because you thought if you worried enough, you could somehow control the outcome. But worrying about something doesn't give you power over it. It just gives you the weight of carrying it. Right now, as you lie here in the dark, your mind is holding worries that aren't yours anymore. Some of them stopped being your responsibility years ago, but nobody told your mind to put them down, so it's still carrying them, still presenting them to you every night, as if they're fresh and urgent and requiring your immediate attention. But they're not. That person you've been worried about. They're living their own life now. They're making their own choices. They're walking their own path. And whether you worry about them or not doesn't change what they're going to do. Your worry isn't protecting them. It's It's just exhausting you. That decision you made years ago that you keep questioning, it's done. The consequences have already unfolded. You've already lived through whatever that choice created. Going back over it now, wondering if you should have done something different, doesn't change what happened. It only keeps you from resting. That responsibility you thought was yours forever. It ended. Maybe gradually, maybe suddenly, but it ended. Someone else picked it up, or circumstances changed, or it simply stopped being necessary. But your mind didn't get the memo. It's still acting like you're in charge of something that's already been handled by someone else. This happens more than you realize. Life quietly removes responsibilities from your shoulders while your mind keeps acting like you're still carrying them. Your children grew up. They're adults now, living their own lives. You're not responsible for their choices anymore. You can care. You can offer advice if they ask, but you're not carrying their lives. They are. Your job changed. You retired, or moved to a different position, or the company reorganized. Tasks that used to be yours are now someone else's responsibility. But late at night, your mind still reviews them as if you're still in charge. Situations resolved. People moved on. Circumstances shifted. And many of the things you thought you'd be carrying forever have already been gently removed from your hands. But worry doesn't have an off switch. It doesn't announce when its job is done. It just keeps going, keeps scanning, keeps finding things to hold on to even when those things are no longer yours to carry. Tonight, I want you to consider something. What if most of what you're worrying about has already left your hands? What if you're trying to hold on to things that aren't there anymore? Not because you failed to hold them, not because you dropped them irresponsibly, but because life naturally takes things back. Because time moves things forward. Because the universe has a way of removing burdens from people who've carried them long enough. You don't have to figure out which worries are still yours and which ones aren't. You don't have to sort through them all tonight and decide what's legitimate and what's outdated. You just need to know this many things you worry about are no longer yours to carry, and your mind's insistence that you're still responsible for everything doesn't make it true. Your mind is just doing what minds do, staying vigilant, staying alert, trying to keep you safe by making sure nothing is forgotten. But staying vigilant about things that no longer need your vigilance isn't keeping you safe. It's keeping you exhausted. So tonight, what if you tried something different? What if you let yourself consider the possibility that much of what you're holding has already been handled? That many of the worries circling through your mind are old, outdated, no longer requiring your attention. You don't have to be certain about this. You don't have to know for sure which specific worries have been resolved. You just have to be willing to consider that maybe, just maybe, you're carrying far less than your mind thinks you are. And in that small opening of possibility, there's room for rest. Because if many things you worry about are no longer yours to carry, then tonight you can put them down. You can set them aside. You can let them exist somewhere other than in your tight grip. Not forever. Not as a permanent abandonment of everything you care about. Just for tonight. Just for these few hours while your body desperately needs to rest. Many things you worry about are no longer yours to carry. Let that truth settle into you gently. Let it create a little space between you and all that weight. And in that space, finally, rest. You've been acting like you're still in control of things that time took over months ago, maybe even years ago. Your mind keeps reviewing situations, keeps replaying scenarios, keeps trying to figure out what you should do next. But the truth is, for many of these situations, the moment for your input has already passed. Time has taken over. It's handling things now, and it's been handling them for a while. This is hard to accept because we want to believe we're actively shaping everything that matters to us. We want to believe our attention, our worry, our constant mental involvement is what keeps important things on track. But time doesn't need our permission to do its work. It doesn't wait for us to figure everything out before it starts creating outcomes. Think about a situation from your past that you agonized over. Something you spent weeks or months trying to control, trying to influence, trying to make turn out a certain way. You worried about it constantly. You reviewed every possible scenario. You tried to plan for every outcome. And then, eventually, time made its decision. The situation unfolded in whatever way it was going to unfold. And looking back now, you can see that most of your worry didn't change anything. The outcome arrived regardless of how much mental energy you poured into trying to control it. Time was always in charge. You just didn't know it yet. This is happening right now with situations in your current life. There are things you're worried about, things you're trying to manage, things you're attempting to influence through sheer force of mental attention. But time has already taken over many of them. The outcomes are already in motion. The results are already forming. And your worry, your attention, your late-night mental gymnastics aren't actually steering anything anymore. They're just keeping you awake. The health concern you're worried about, your body is already handling it. Time is either healing it or revealing what needs medical attention. Your worry isn't helping the healing process. It's just adding stress to a body that's already working hard. The relationship that's been complicated for months. Time is already showing you what kind of relationship this is going to be. People are already demonstrating through their actions what they're capable of giving. Your worry about fixing it, about making it be something it's not, isn't changing anyone's fundamental nature. The financial situation that keeps you up at night. The numbers are already moving in whatever direction they're moving. Time and circumstances and economic factors beyond your control are already shaping the outcome. Your worry isn't adding money to your account. It's just depleting your peace. This doesn't mean you're powerless. This doesn't mean nothing you do matters. This means that for many situations, the time for your active intervention has passed. And now time itself is doing the work. Time is revealing. Time is unfolding. Time is creating outcomes through the natural progression of events. And your job, your only job right now, is to let time do its work without you hovering over it, trying to control every detail. Think about planting a garden. You prepare the soil. You plant the seeds. You water them. And then you wait. You let time do what time does. You let the sun and the soil and the natural process of growth take over. You don't stand over the garden all night, worrying about whether the seeds are growing fast enough. You don't dig them up every day to check their progress. You don't try to force the flowers to bloom through sheer mental intensity. You plant, You tend, and then you trust time to handle the rest. Your life works the same way. You've done your part for many situations. You've made your decisions, taken your actions, done what you could do. And now, it's time's turn. Time is tending the garden. Time is growing the outcomes. Time is revealing what's going to happen next. And you standing over it all night, worrying and reviewing and trying to mentally control the process, isn't helping anything grow. It's just exhausting you. Time has already taken over many outcomes. This is not a loss of control. This is the natural order of how life works. You act, and then time responds. You do your part, and then time does its part. Back and forth, like a dance, like a conversation. But you keep trying to do both parts. You keep trying to act and also control time's response. And that's impossible. That's what's keeping you awake. Tonight, what if you trusted that time is handling what time handles? That the outcomes already in motion will continue unfolding, whether you worry about them or not. That your mental attention isn't actually required for time to do its work. Time has already taken over many outcomes. Let that sentence sink in. Feel the relief in it. You're not abandoning responsibility. You're not giving up. You're recognizing that some things are genuinely out of your hands now. They're in time's hands, and time is remarkably capable. Time heals wounds you thought would never close. Time reveals truths you couldn't see in the moment. Time creates distance from pain that felt unbearable. Time shows you who people really are. Time demonstrates what matters and what doesn't. Time is already handling so much, and it will continue handling things whether you sleep tonight or lie here worrying. So let time have what's already time's. Let the outcomes that are already forming continue forming without your supervision. Let the situations that are already unfolding unfold without your constant mental involvement. Time has already taken over many outcomes. Your job now is simply to rest, to let time work, to trust that what's supposed to happen will happen, and your worry has never had the power to prevent or improve any of it. Just rest. Time's got this. Time has always had this. And tonight, finally, you can stop trying to do time's job and just let yourself sleep. You've been carrying other people's lives in your mind as if you're still responsible for their choices, their happiness, their direction. But you're not. You never were. And right now, at this very moment, those people are living their own lives, walking their own paths, making their own decisions, completely independent of your worry about them. They're already doing it, without your guidance, without your concern, without your late-night mental supervision. This is one of the hardest truths to accept as you get older and have loved people for decades. You've spent so much time caring about them, worrying about them, trying to help them make good choices. It feels like your care is what keeps them safe, like your worry is what protects them from harm. But it never has been. They've been living their own lives all along. You just didn't want to see it. Your children, they're adults now. Maybe they've been adults for 10 years, 20 years, maybe longer. They're making choices every single day without consulting you. They're living entire lives, having experiences, facing challenges, growing and changing in ways you'll never fully know about. And they're okay. They're handling their lives, not perfectly, Because nobody handles life perfectly, but they're handling it. They're learning from their mistakes. They're figuring things out. They're walking their own paths. And your worry about whether they're making the right choices doesn't change the choices they're making. It only keeps you from sleeping. Your spouse, if you have one, they're living their own internal life. They have thoughts you'll never hear, feelings they process privately, dreams they may or may not share with you. They're a whole person with their own path, their own journey, their own relationship with life. You can't walk their path for them. You can't think their thoughts or feel their feelings or make their choices. You can be beside them. You can support them, but you can't carry them. Your friends, your siblings, your extended family, all of them are out there right now, living their lives, making their own way, following their own paths, and they're doing it without needing your constant mental attention. This doesn't mean you don't matter to them. This doesn't mean your love and care over the years hasn't made a difference. It absolutely has. The years you spent raising your children, supporting your partner, being there for your friends, all of that mattered enormously. But now, in this phase of life, your job is different. Your job is not to carry them anymore. Your job is to let them carry themselves. And this is hard, especially at night, when you're alone with your thoughts and your mind starts reviewing everyone you care about, wondering if they're okay, questioning if you did enough, worrying about what might happen to them. But here's what you need to understand. Other people are already living their own paths. Right now, this moment, while you're lying here worrying about them, they're out there living, and they're not waiting for you to worry about them before they can move forward. They're not depending on your concern to keep them safe. They're not checking in mentally to see if you approve of their choices before they make them. They're just living the way all people live, making choices, facing consequences, learning, growing, stumbling, getting back up, moving forward. Your worry doesn't protect them. It never has. Love protects them, the love you've already given them, the foundation you've already built, the lessons you've already taught. That's inside them now. It's part of who they are. It goes with them wherever they go. But your current, present moment worry, that's not protecting anyone. That's just keeping you from resting. Other people are already living their own paths. And those paths don't run through your mind at 3 a.m. Those paths are out there in the real world, unfolding moment by moment, completely independent of whether you're thinking about them or not. You can love people without carrying them. You can care about people without being responsible for their happiness. You can wish good things for people without believing you have the power to make those good things happen through worry. Tonight, what if you trusted that the people you love are capable of walking their own paths, that they're stronger than your worry gives them credit for, that they're handling their lives in whatever way they're handling them, and your mental involvement isn't actually helping? This doesn't mean you stop caring. This doesn't mean you stop being available if they need you. This means you stop trying to live their lives for them in your mind. You stop reviewing their choices. You stop questioning whether they're okay when you have no actual evidence that they're not. Other people are already living their own paths. Let them. Release them from the grip of your worried thoughts. Trust that they're out there doing what they need to do, learning what they need to learn, living the lives that are theirs to live. And in that release, in that letting go, there's finally space for you to rest, because you don't have to carry everyone anymore. You never did. They're already carrying themselves. They always have been. Just rest now. Everyone you love is on their own path. And tonight, you can be on yours. The path of rest, of letting go, of trusting that life is happening for everyone, including you, without requiring your constant supervision. Other people are already living their own paths, and you can finally sleep. Nobody told you when it was over. There was no announcement, no official moment when someone said, "This responsibility that you've been carrying for years, it's done now. You can set it down." There was no ceremony, no recognition, no clear ending point where you could finally exhale and know with certainty that this particular burden was no longer yours. It just ended, quietly, without fanfare, without you even noticing at first. And now, months later, maybe years later, you're still carrying it in your mind, still reviewing it, still acting like it's yours to handle, because nobody ever told you it was okay to stop. This is how most responsibilities actually end. Not with clear conclusions, not with official releases, not with someone handing you a certificate that says, "Your duty here is complete." They just fade, gradually, silently, until one day you realize, if you're paying attention, that you're no longer actually responsible for this thing you've been worrying about for so long. Think about the responsibilities you carried when your children were young, feeding them, clothing them, making sure they got to school, checking their homework, teaching them right from wrong, keeping them safe every single moment of every single day. Those were real responsibilities. Heavy ones, important ones, ones that required your constant attention and care. But when did they end? Was there a specific day when you stopped being responsible for feeding your children? Was there a ceremony when someone officially told you that your job of raising them was complete? No. It just gradually shifted. They started making their own meals. They moved out. They built their own lives. And somewhere in that slow transition, your responsibility ended. But your mind didn't get the memo. It's still checking, still worrying, still acting like you're responsible for making sure they eat properly, even though they're 40 years old and have been feeding themselves for decades. The same thing happened with your career. You had responsibilities at work, projects you were in charge of, people who depended on you, decisions that were yours to make. And then, slowly, things changed. Maybe you retired. Maybe you changed positions. Maybe the company reorganized. Maybe new people came in and took over tasks that used to be yours. There was no ceremony. No one sat you down and said, "You are now officially released from caring about this project you spent 5 years building." It just stopped being yours. And yet, your mind still thinks about it, still wonders how it's going, still feels a twinge of responsibility for something that's been someone else's job for years now. This is what minds do. They hold on to responsibilities long after those responsibilities have ended. They keep carrying burdens that nobody expects them to carry anymore. They keep monitoring situations that no longer require monitoring, Because without clear endings, without official ceremonies, without someone explicitly telling you that your job is done, your mind assumes the job is never done. And so, you lie here at night, mentally reviewing responsibilities that ended years ago, worrying about outcomes you're no longer in charge of, carrying weight that's already been lifted from your shoulders, even though you never felt it being removed. Some responsibilities end without ceremony, without notice, without any clear signal that you're allowed to stop now. The responsibility of being the strong one in your family, it ended when other people grew strong enough to carry themselves. But nobody announced it. Nobody said, "You don't have to be strong for everyone anymore." The responsibility of holding your marriage together, it ended when your marriage either stabilized into something sustainable or ended completely. But there was no official moment when you could stop working so hard at it. It just gradually became clear that this particular kind of effort was no longer required. The responsibility of managing your elderly parents' lives, it ended when they passed away, or when they moved into care, or when other siblings stepped up. But the mental habit of worrying about them, of feeling responsible for their well-being, that didn't end automatically. That kept going, even after the actual responsibility was gone. This is important to understand, because right now, as you lie here in the dark, you're probably carrying responsibilities that have already ended. You just don't know they've ended because nobody told you, because there was no clear conclusion, because your mind is still acting like you're in charge of things that are no longer yours to manage. And the only way to recognize this, the only way to finally set these old responsibilities down, is to ask yourself, honestly, am I actually responsible for this anymore? Not, do I care about this? Not, does this matter to me? But is this actually mine to handle right now? Because caring about something doesn't make it your responsibility. Worrying about something doesn't mean you're in charge of it. And many of the things you're mentally carrying tonight are things you care deeply about. Yes, but they're no longer actually yours to manage. The responsibility ended. It just ended quietly, without anyone bothering to tell you. Tonight, consider this. What if many of the responsibilities you think you still carry have already ended? What if you've been standing guard over something that no longer needs guarding? What if you've been showing up for a job that no longer exists? You don't need permission to stop. The responsibility already ended. It ended without ceremony. Yes. Without recognition. Yes. Without anyone thanking you for all the years you carried it. Yes. But it ended. And now, finally, you can stop carrying it. Not because you failed, not because you're giving up, but because the job is done. The responsibility has ended. And even though nobody told you, even though there was no ceremony, it's still over. You can set it down now. You've been released. The ending already happened. You just didn't realize you were allowed to stop. So stop now. Let the old responsibilities rest. Let them be finished, even without the proper conclusion you wish you'd gotten. Some responsibilities end without ceremony, and that's okay. You can still let them go. There's a story you've been telling yourself for years, maybe decades. A story about something you lost, or someone who left, or a role that ended, or a version of yourself that disappeared. And in this story, you are the one who failed. You didn't hold on tight enough. You didn't try hard enough. You didn't love enough, or care enough, or fight enough to keep what you wanted to keep. You let go. And that letting go feels like failure. But what if I told you that you didn't fail to hold on? What if the truth is that you were meant to let go? That the letting go wasn't a mistake. It was exactly what was supposed to happen. This changes everything, because you've been carrying guilt for years over something that was never a failure in the first place. Think about your children when they were young. You held them constantly. You carried them, physically held them in your arms. Their small bodies fit perfectly against yours. You could protect them completely just by holding them close. And then they grew. They got heavier. They started squirming when you tried to hold them. They wanted to walk on their own, run on their own, explore on their own. And eventually, you had to let go. Not because you failed as a parent, not because you didn't love them enough, but because holding them forever would have stunted their growth. They needed you to let go so they could become who they were meant to become. You were meant to let go. It wasn't failure. It was the natural progression of love. But maybe you're not thinking about your children. Maybe you're thinking about something else you had to let go of. A marriage that ended. You held on for years. You tried everything. You fought. You compromised. You went to counseling. You read books. You prayed. You hoped. And eventually, you had to let go. And you've been telling yourself you failed. That if you just held on a little longer, tried a little harder, loved a little better, maybe it would have worked. But what if you didn't fail? What if you held on exactly as long as you were meant to hold on? What if the letting go was the right thing? Even though it hurt, even though it felt like loss, even though you didn't want it, you were meant to let go. Not because love failed, but because some things are meant to be held for a season, not forever. Or maybe it was your health, your younger body, your stronger body, the version of yourself that could do things you can't do anymore. You've been mourning that loss, feeling like you failed to maintain it, to keep it, to hold on to your youth and strength. But you didn't fail. You aged, because aging is what bodies do. Holding on to youth forever was never an option. No amount of effort, no amount of trying, no amount of holding on could have prevented time from doing what time does. You were meant to let go of your young body and accept your aging one, not as failure, but as the natural course of life. Or maybe it was a dream, something you wanted desperately, worked toward for years, poured your heart into, and it didn't happen. And eventually, after trying and trying and trying, you had to let it go, and you feel like you gave up, like you failed. Like if you just held on longer, been more persistent, refused to quit, maybe it would have come true. But dreams aren't dogs. You can hold on leashes. They're not objects you can grip tighter to keep from losing. Dreams have their own life, their own timing, their own mysterious way of coming true or not coming true. And when a dream doesn't happen, it's not always because you didn't hold on hard enough. Sometimes it's because you were chasing something that was never meant to be yours. And letting it go, painful as it was, made space for something else. something that actually was meant for you. You were meant to let go of that dream, so you could find a different one, so you could discover what was actually waiting for you instead of what you thought you wanted. Here's what you need to understand. Letting go is not the same as giving up. Releasing is not the same as abandoning. And sometimes the bravest, strongest, most loving thing you can do is open your hands and let something leave. You did not fail to hold on. You succeeded in letting go. You succeeded in recognizing when holding on was causing more harm than good. You succeeded in accepting what you couldn't change. You succeeded in releasing what wasn't yours to keep forever. That's not failure. That's wisdom. That's courage. That's strength of a kind that doesn't get celebrated enough in our culture, that prizes persistence and determination above all else. But sometimes the real strength is in knowing when to stop, when to release, when to let something go, even though every fiber of your being wants to keep holding on. You were meant to let go of your children's hands so they could walk their own paths, of your marriage so both of you could find peace, whether together or apart, of your younger body so you could accept and care for the body you have now, of your old dreams so you could make space for new ones. All that letting go, it wasn't failure. It was life. It was growth. It was change. It was the natural process of being human, which includes holding things for a while and then releasing them when it's time. And you knew when it was time. Maybe you fought against knowing. Maybe you resisted. Maybe you held on longer than you should have. But eventually, you knew, and you let go. That knowing, that letting go, that was you succeeding, not failing. Tonight, as you lie here reviewing all the things you've lost, all the things you couldn't keep, all the things that slipped through your fingers despite your best efforts, consider this possibility. You didn't fail to hold on. You were meant to let go. And the letting go, painful as it was, necessary as it was, right as it was, that was you doing exactly what you needed to do. That was you living life the way life is meant to be lived, which includes both holding and releasing, both grasping and opening, both keeping and letting go. You did not fail. You let go, and letting go was what you were meant to do all along. So stop carrying the guilt. Stop telling yourself the story of your failure. Start telling yourself the truth. You were brave enough to let go when letting go was what life required of you. And that's not failure. That's one of the hardest, most courageous things a person can do. You did it, not because you were weak, but because you were strong enough to release what you could no longer hold. You were meant to let go. And you did. And that's enough. That's more than enough. Now let go of the guilt too. It's been held long enough. It's time to release that as well. You were meant to let go. And tonight, you can let go of everything, including the belief that letting go meant you failed. You didn't fail. You let go. And letting go was exactly right. There's a quiet process happening all around you, all the time, that you've probably never noticed. Life is taking things back, gently, gradually, without asking your permission. Things you thought were your responsibility forever, life is reclaiming them. Situations you thought you'd have to manage until you died, life is handling them itself now. People you thought would always need you, Life is teaching them to stand on their own. This reclamation happens so slowly that you don't see it happening. One day you're carrying everything, and then years pass, and suddenly you realize you're carrying far less than you thought. But you didn't notice the transfer. You didn't feel the weight being lifted. Life just quietly took things back. Think about your body. When you were young, you could eat anything, sleep badly, push yourself hard, and your body would bounce back. You were in charge. You made the decisions about how to treat your body, and your body mostly cooperated. But over the years, life has gradually reclaimed your body. It doesn't ask your permission anymore. It does what it needs to do. It heals at its own pace. It ages on its own timeline. It demands rest when it needs rest, regardless of what you want. You're no longer fully in charge of your body. Life is managing it now. Your job has shifted from controlling to cooperating, from commanding to listening, from deciding to accepting. Life gradually reclaimed your body, and it needs to handle itself now. The same thing happened with your children, if you have them. In the beginning, they were completely yours. They couldn't survive without you. Every single aspect of their lives required your management, your care, your constant attention. But life gradually reclaimed them. Year by year, month by month, sometimes day by day, they learned to feed themselves, then to dress themselves, then to think for themselves, then to live for themselves. And now they're not yours in the way they once were. They're their own. They belong to life, to themselves, to their own journey. And life is handling them now, teaching them through experience what you could never teach them through words. Life gradually reclaimed your children. They need to handle themselves now, and your work. You built something, or contributed something, or poured years of your life into something. It was yours, your project, your career, your legacy. But life gradually reclaimed it. New people came in with new ideas. Times changed. Technology changed. The world moved on. And what you built either evolved into something different or faded away completely. Not because you failed, but because life needs to keep moving. It can't hold on to one version of anything forever. It needs to reclaim things so they can change, grow, become something new. Life gradually reclaimed your work. It needs to handle itself now. This reclamation, this gradual taking back of things you thought were yours to manage, is not punishment. It's not loss, even though it sometimes feels like loss. It's not life taking things away from you. It's life relieving you, releasing you, gradually freeing you from burdens you were never meant to carry forever. Because here's the truth. You were never supposed to manage everything until you died. You were never supposed to be in control forever. You were supposed to hold things for a season, teach what you could teach, contribute what you could contribute, and then let life take over. Life gradually reclaims what it needs to handle itself. This is how life works. This is how it's always worked. This is the natural rhythm of living. You arrive in this world managing nothing, helpless, dependent. Everything is handled for you by others. Then gradually, over years, you start managing things. Your own body, your own choices, other people's lives if you become a parent, work, responsibilities, tasks, relationships, and you think this accumulation will continue forever, that you'll keep taking on more and more until you're buried under the weight of everything you're managing. But that's not what happens. At some point, usually around middle age, sometimes later, life starts the reclamation process. Gently, gradually, taking things back. Your children grow up and life reclaims them. Your career ends and life reclaims your work. Your body ages and life reclaims your physical strength. Your parents die and life reclaims the responsibility of caring for them. One by one, piece by piece, life takes back what it lent you for a while. And if you resist this, if you try to hold on to everything, keep controlling everything, stay responsible for everything, you'll exhaust yourself. Because life is stronger than you. Life will reclaim what it needs to reclaim, whether you cooperate or not. But if you notice this process, if you see what's actually happening, you can work with it instead of against it. You can let life take things back. You can trust that life knows how to handle what it's reclaiming. Your children are adults now. Life has reclaimed them. They're not yours to manage anymore, and life is handling them. Not perfectly. Life doesn't handle anything perfectly, but adequately, sufficiently, in whatever way they need to be handled to learn and grow and become who they're meant to become. Your body is aging. Life has reclaimed it. You can't control it the way you used to, and life is handling it, managing the decline, the wearing down, the gradual shutting down of systems that served you well for decades. You can cooperate with this process, but you can't stop it. Life is handling your body now, your legacy, your accomplishments. Whatever mark you've made on the world, life is reclaiming it, and life will handle what comes of it, what gets remembered, what gets forgotten, what influence continues, what fades away. That's not yours to manage anymore. Life is handling it. This reclamation is not loss. This is relief. This is life saying, "Thank you for carrying this for a while. You did your part. Now, it's my turn." Life gradually reclaims what it needs to handle itself. And what it needs to handle is most of what you've been trying to manage for years. Your job now is to notice this process, to see where life has already taken things back, to stop trying to manage what's no longer yours to manage, to cooperate with the gradual release of control. Because holding on to things that life is trying to reclaim is exhausting. It's like trying to hold on to water. It's going to slip through your fingers no matter how tightly you grip. You can't stop life from reclaiming what needs to be reclaimed, but you can let go gracefully. You can open your hands. You can trust that life knows what it's doing when it takes things back. Life gradually reclaims what it needs to handle itself. Tonight, as you lie here, consider what has life already reclaimed from you. What are you still trying to manage that's no longer yours to manage? What weight are you carrying that life is ready to take back? Let it go. Let life reclaim it. Trust that life can handle what it's taking back. You've done your part. You've carried it as long as you needed to carry it. Now it's life's turn, and life is remarkably capable. Life has been handling things since long before you arrived and will continue long after you're gone. You can rest now. You can stop managing everything. You can let life gradually reclaim what it needs to handle itself. And in that release, in that surrender, in that trust finally. You can rest, because life's got this. Life is handling it, and you don't have to anymore. Life gradually reclaims what it needs to handle itself. Let it, tonight, let it all go back to life, and just rest. You're still showing up for a role that no longer exists. Not because anyone told you to keep showing up, not because the role is still needed, but because nobody ever officially told you that your part had changed, that your position had shifted, that what was once yours to do is now someone else's or nobody's at all. So you keep acting like you're still in charge, still the protector, still the provider, still the strong one, still the one everyone depends on. But you're not. Not anymore. That role ended. Your role has quietly shifted over the years, and you didn't even notice. This happens to everyone at a certain point in life. The role you played for decades, parent, provider, leader, caretaker, decision-maker, it gradually changes. Not all at once, not with any announcement or clear transition, just slowly, quietly, until one day you realize you're performing a part in a play that's already moved on to the next act. Think about when you were young, just starting out in adult life. You were the learner, the one who didn't know things yet, the one asking questions, seeking guidance, figuring out how life worked. That was your role, and you played it well. You learned, you grew, you absorbed everything people older than you had to teach. And then, gradually, your role shifted. You became the teacher, the one with experience, the one others came to for advice, for guidance, for wisdom. You were the adult now, the one in charge, the one holding everything together. And that role felt permanent, like this was who you'd be forever. The person people depended on, the strong one, the capable one, the one with answers. But that role has been shifting, quietly, over years, and now you're somewhere different. Not quite the elder who's stepped back completely, not quite the leader who's still in charge. Somewhere in between, somewhere undefined. And you're still acting like you're the one who needs to have all the answers, the one who needs to be strong for everyone, the one who can't show weakness or uncertainty or need. But that's not your role anymore. Your role has shifted. You just didn't realize it. Look at your children, if you have them. When they were young, your role was clear. You were the parent, the authority, the one who made decisions, set boundaries, protected them from harm. That was your job. That was your role. And you played it for years, maybe decades. But they're adults now. They've been adults for a while. And your role has shifted. You're not the authority anymore. You're not the decision maker. You're not the protector who keeps them safe from life's hard lessons. You're something else now. Something more like a consultant, they call sometimes. A supporter they turn to when they want to, not when you decide they need to. A witness to their lives, not the director of them. Your role shifted, but you're still showing up like you're supposed to make decisions for them. Like you're supposed to fix their problems, like your job is still to protect them from making mistakes. It's not. That role ended. Your new role is quieter, less active, more about presence than control, more about availability than authority. The same thing happened in your work life, if you had one. You started as the newcomer, then became the expert, then perhaps the leader, the manager, the one others look to. And then you retired, or stepped back, or simply got older while new people came in with new ideas. And your role shifted, from leader to elder, from active participant to someone whose time has mostly passed. And maybe you're still showing up like you're supposed to be in charge. Like your opinion should carry the weight it once did. Like your way of doing things is still the right way. But it's not your role anymore. The world has moved on. New people are in charge now. Different approaches are being tried, and your role has shifted to something smaller, quieter, less central. This isn't failure. This isn't being pushed aside or forgotten. This is the natural progression of roles. Everyone who lives long enough experiences this shift. From center stage to supporting role to audience member. Your role has quietly shifted over the years. And the exhaustion you're feeling, some of it comes from still trying to play the old role. Still trying to be the person you were 20 years ago. Still trying to carry responsibilities that aren't yours anymore. Still trying to be strong when you're allowed to be tired now. Still trying to have all the answers when "I don't know" is perfectly acceptable at this stage. Still trying to fix everyone's problems when your role now is simply to love them while they fix their own. You're not the same person you were at 30, or 40, or 50. Your body has changed. Your energy has changed. Your priorities have changed. Your role has changed. And it's time to accept the role you're actually in now, rather than exhausting yourself trying to play the role you used to have. Your role now might be quieter, less demanding, less central to other people's lives. And that's okay. That's not diminishment. That's just change. That's just the natural evolution of a life well lived. You've earned the right to step back, to not be the strong one all the time, to not have all the answers, to not be responsible for everything and everyone. Your role has shifted, and your new role, whatever it is, doesn't require the same constant effort, the same endless strength, the same tireless availability. Your role now includes rest, includes acknowledging you're tired, includes saying, "I don't know" and "I can't," and "someone else will have to handle that." Your role now includes being human, fully human, in all the ways you couldn't be when you were busy being the strong one, the capable one, the one everyone depended on. Your role has quietly shifted over the years. And tonight, you can stop performing the old role. You can stop showing up for a part that's no longer yours to play. You can accept where you actually are in life, who you actually are now, what your actual role is, not what it used to be. And in that acceptance, there's rest, because you're not failing at being who you used to be. You're succeeding at being who you are now. And who you are now is allowed to rest, is allowed to step back, is allowed to let others take the lead. Your role has quietly shifted, and that shift has made space for something you couldn't access before. The freedom to rest without guilt, the permission to be less than constantly strong, the ability to simply be without always having to do. Your role now includes rest. So rest. Your new role requires it. And tonight, finally, you can let yourself play the part you're actually in, not the one you used to have, but the one you have now. A quieter role, a softer role, a role that includes closing your eyes and trusting that everything will continue without you holding it all together. Your role has shifted. Accept it, embrace it, and rest in it. Finally, rest. You've been confusing two very different things for a very long time. You think that because you care about something, because you're concerned about someone, because something matters to you, that means you're responsible for it, that it's your job to fix it, manage it, control the outcome. But concern does not equal responsibility. Caring about something doesn't make it yours to handle. This confusion has been keeping you awake for years, decades, maybe. Because if caring means you're responsible, then you're responsible for almost everything. Every person you love, every situation that affects people you care about, every problem you're aware of that causes suffering. That's an impossible burden. No human being can carry responsibility for everything they care about. But you've been trying, and it's exhausting you. Think about your children. If you have them, you care about them deeply. You're concerned about their happiness, their health, their relationships, their careers, their entire lives. That concern is real. That care is genuine. But it doesn't mean you're responsible for their happiness. It doesn't mean it's your job to fix their relationships or manage their careers or solve their problems. You can care without carrying. You can be concerned without being responsible. These are separate things, even though your mind has been treating them as the same for so long. Your friend is going through a difficult time. You care about them. You're concerned about how they're handling things, whether they're going to be okay. That concern is beautiful. It's what makes you human, what makes you a good friend. But it doesn't mean you're responsible for pulling them through. It doesn't mean you've failed if they continue to struggle. It doesn't mean you need to lose sleep thinking about their situation. You can hold concern in your heart without holding responsibility on your shoulders. These live in different places. One is a feeling natural, appropriate, a sign of love. The other is a burden, often unnecessary, often not even yours to carry. Your sibling is making choices you don't agree with. You're concerned about where those choices will lead. You can see potential problems they can't or won't see. That concern is legitimate, but it doesn't make you responsible for their choices. It doesn't make it your job to prevent them from making mistakes. It doesn't mean you have to intervene, manage, control, or fix anything. You can be concerned and still let them walk their own path. You can care and still let them face their own consequences. Concern doesn't require you to act. It doesn't demand that you take responsibility for outcomes you can't actually control. Here's what's been happening. Every time you feel concern about something, your mind immediately translates that into responsibility. It tells you that if you care, you must do something. If you're worried, you must take action. If something matters to you, you must manage it. But that's not true. That's your mind confusing care with control. That's your mind believing that love means carrying everyone's burdens. That's your mind thinking concern without action is somehow inadequate or insufficient. But some of the deepest love is expressed through concern that doesn't try to control, through care that doesn't try to carry, through worry that doesn't translate into taking over. You're concerned about your aging spouse's health. That concern is appropriate, but you're not responsible for preventing their body from aging. You're not responsible for keeping them alive through sheer force of will. You're not failing them by being unable to stop time. You can be concerned. You can be attentive. You can support their health in practical ways. But you cannot take responsibility for the ultimate outcome. That's not yours. That's life's. That's biology's. That's something larger than your concern could ever control. You're worried about the state of the world, about politics, about the environment, about the future your grandchildren will inherit. That concern is valid. It's important. It shows you're still engaged with life beyond your own immediate circumstances. But that concern doesn't make you responsible for fixing the world. It doesn't mean you've failed if things continue to deteriorate. It doesn't require you to lie awake at night, trying to solve problems that involve billions of people and forces far beyond your control. You can be concerned about the world and still sleep at night. You can care deeply about large-scale problems and still recognize that you're not personally responsible for solving them. Concern does not equal responsibility. This distinction is crucial, because without it, you'll spend your entire life, especially your nights, feeling like you're failing to carry things that were never yours to carry in the first place. Tonight, let yourself feel all the concern you naturally feel, all the care, all the love, all the worry about people and situations that matter to you. But then, gently sort through it. Notice which concerns actually come with responsibility. Real, actual responsibility that's yours to carry. And notice which concerns are just concerns, just care, just love that doesn't require you to do anything except feel it. Most of them, you'll find, are the second kind. Most of what you're concerned about isn't actually yours to handle. You can care without carrying. You can worry without working. You can be concerned without being responsible. And in that recognition, finally, there's space to rest. Because you're not abandoning anyone by acknowledging that their life isn't your responsibility. You're just being honest about what's actually yours to carry and what isn't. Concern does not equal responsibility. Remember that. Let it be true. Let it free you from burdens you were never meant to carry in the first place. You can care deeply and still sleep peacefully. These two things can coexist. They must coexist, or your caring will eventually destroy you. So, care. Be concerned. Stay connected. But don't confuse that with responsibility. Don't turn every feeling of concern into a job you think you need to do. Most of what you're concerned about tonight isn't your responsibility. It's just your heart. Being a heart. Caring about things the way hearts do. And that's enough. Your concern is enough. Your care is enough. You don't need to turn it into responsibility to prove that you love. Your concern already proves that. Now rest. With all your concern, with all your care, with all your love. Rest knowing that concern does not equal responsibility, and you are not failing anyone by finally understanding the difference. You keep thinking things need your opinion to proceed, your input to continue, your approval to move forward, but they don't. Most things are moving forward without any input from you at all, and they're doing just fine. This is hard to accept, especially if you spent decades being the person everyone came to for advice, for decisions, for direction. You got used to being needed, to being consulted, to having your opinion matter in how things unfolded. But life has moved on, and many things that once required your input are now proceeding perfectly well without it. Your children are making decisions every single day without asking you. Big decisions, important decisions, decisions about their careers, their relationships, their money, their lives. And they're making these decisions based on their own judgment, their own values, their own sense of what's right for them. They're not consulting you, not because they don't love you, not because they don't value what you taught them over the years, but because they're adults now, and adults make their own decisions. That's how it's supposed to work. Many things are moving forward without input, your input, and that's not a problem. That's just life, doing what life does, continuing without requiring everyone's opinion about every decision. Your former workplace is making decisions without you, new policies, new directions, new approaches to problems you used to handle. And they're doing fine. Maybe not the way you would have done it. Maybe not as well, in your opinion, but fine enough, functional enough, moving forward without your input. This doesn't mean you weren't valuable when you were there. It doesn't mean your years of contribution didn't matter. It means the world keeps turning. Organizations keep functioning. People keep working. Life keeps moving forward. Without input, without needing everyone who was ever involved to continue weighing in on every decision. Your family is planning gatherings, making arrangements, organizing events, and maybe they're doing it differently than you would. Maybe they're not asking for your opinion about the timing, or the location, or the menu, not because you don't matter, but because things move forward without needing everyone's input. Someone makes a decision, others go along with it, and it happens. Without extensive consultation, without making sure everyone approves, many things are moving forward without input. This is how life works at scale. If everything required everyone's input, nothing would ever happen. Decisions would take forever. Forward motion would be impossible. So life has this way of proceeding. Someone decides. Something happens. Things move forward. And everyone else either participates or doesn't, agrees or doesn't. But the movement continues regardless. You used to be the one deciding, the one whose input shaped outcomes, the one people waited to hear from before proceeding. But now you're not. Not for most things. Not for most people. And that shift from central to peripheral, from necessary to optional, it's been difficult. Because being needed feels important. Having your input matter feels significant. Being consulted feels like proof that you still have value, that your experience still counts, that your opinion still shapes the world. But value doesn't require being needed for every decision. Significance doesn't come from being consulted about everything. Your worth isn't measured by how many things can't proceed without your input. Many things are moving forward without input, yours or anyone else's. They're just moving, because that's what life does. It moves forward. It doesn't wait for perfect consensus or universal approval. It doesn't pause until everyone's had their say. It just moves, and it's moving right now. While you lie here at night, things are happening. Decisions are being made, plans are being formed, actions are being taken. Without your input, without your knowledge, even. The world is proceeding without consulting you about most of what happens in it. And this is okay. This is normal. This is how it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to be involved in everything. You're not supposed to have input on every decision that might affect you. You're not supposed to be consulted about every plan that involves people you care about. Life is too big for that. There are too many things happening, too many decisions being made, too many people living their own lives in their own ways. And most of it happens without anyone's input. It just happens, organically, naturally. People do what they think is best. Situations unfold in whatever way they unfold. Life moves forward in its messy, imperfect, uncontrolled way. Your grandchildren are growing up with values you might not fully agree with. They're being raised in ways different from how you raised your children. Different priorities, different approaches, different beliefs about what matters. And this is happening without your input. Their parents are making these decisions, these choices, and whether you approve or not, whether you do it differently or not, it's happening. Many things are moving forward without input, and trying to insert your input where it's not requested, that doesn't actually give you influence. That just creates friction. That just makes people pull away from you because you're trying to control what's not yours to control anymore. Your job now is not to provide input on everything happening around you. Your job is to accept that most things will happen without your input, and to be okay with that, to trust that people can make their own decisions, even if those decisions aren't the ones you'd make. To trust that life knows how to move forward even when you're not directing it. To trust that things will be okay even without your constant input and guidance. This doesn't mean you have no value. This doesn't mean your experience and wisdom don't matter. It means they matter differently now. They're available if people ask. They're there if people want them. But they're not required for life to continue. Many things are moving forward without input. Your extended family is fine without your advice on every decision. Your former colleagues are managing without your oversight. Your friends are handling their lives without your direction. And this is not abandonment. This is not neglect. This is just accepting that you're not central to everyone's life anymore. And that's age-appropriate. That's healthy. That's how it's supposed to be as you move through different life stages. You were central for a season. Your input was crucial for a time. But that season has passed for many things. And now, many things are moving forward without needing what you have to offer. Not because what you have to offer isn't valuable, but because they're moving forward on their own momentum now, on their own direction, in their own way. Tonight, notice how much mental energy you're spending on things that don't actually need your input. Notice how many situations you're mentally involved in that are proceeding just fine without you. Your child's marriage, it's moving forward without your input, however it unfolds. Your opinions about it aren't shaping the outcome. Your friend's career change, it's happening without your input. Whether you think it's a good idea or not doesn't change their decision. The way your family celebrates holidays now, it's been established without your input. The traditions have shifted, and whether you prefer the old way or not, this is how it is now. Many things are moving forward without input, and you can let them. You can release the need to weigh in, to guide, to shape, to influence. You can simply observe, simply accept, simply allow things to move forward in whatever way they're going to move, without your mental involvement, without your constant commentary, without your need to provide input that nobody's asking for. This is not powerlessness. This is wisdom. Knowing when your input is welcome and when it's not. Knowing when to speak and when to simply watch. Knowing when to guide and when to let go. Many things are moving forward without input. Let them. Trust that they'll find their way. Trust that people are capable of making their own choices. Trust that life knows how to proceed without your constant direction. And in that trust, in that release, in that acceptance that your input isn't required for everything, there's finally peace. Finally rest. Finally freedom from the exhausting belief that nothing can proceed properly without you. Things are proceeding, right now, without you, and they're okay. Not perfect, but okay, moving forward in their own way, at their own pace, finding their own path. Many things are moving forward without input, and tonight you can rest, knowing that this is exactly as it should be. You don't need to provide input on everything. You never did. And now, finally, you can let most things move forward without you. Just rest. While life proceeds, while decisions are made, while things move forward, all without your input, all without needing you to weigh in. And that's okay. That's more than okay. That's exactly how it's supposed to be. Many things are moving forward without input. Let them go. And finally, rest. Close your eyes for a moment and feel what you think you're carrying right now. It feels heavy, doesn't it? It feels like so much weight pressing down on you, like you're holding everything, every responsibility, every worry, every problem, every person who depends on you, every decision waiting to be made. Your mind has created an inventory, a list of everything you're responsible for, and that list feels impossibly long, unbearably heavy. But here's what you need to understand. You are holding far less than your mind thinks. Your mind has confused thinking about something with holding it, worrying about something with carrying it, being aware of something with being responsible for it. And because you're thinking about so many things, worrying about so many situations, aware of so many problems, your mind has convinced you that you're holding all of it, that all of this weight is actually on your shoulders. But it's not. Most of it isn't. Most of what feels heavy is just thought, not actual burden. Mental weight, not real responsibility. Think about your body right now. Actually, think about it. What are you physically holding? Your head on the pillow, your body on the bed. Maybe your hands are resting somewhere. That's all. That's the actual weight you're holding. A few pounds of head, the weight of your arms, the weight of your legs resting on the mattress. That's real. That's actual. That's what you're physically carrying right now. Not much at all. But your mind is telling you that you're holding your children's futures, your spouse's happiness, your aging parents' health, your financial security, your family's stability, your legacy, your purpose, your entire life, and everyone connected to it. That's what your mind thinks you're holding. And it feels real. It feels heavy. It feels like actual weight pressing down on you. But it's not. Those things aren't in your hands right now. Most of them never were. They exist in the world. Yes, they're real situations, real people, real concerns, but you're not physically holding any of them. You're thinking about them, and thinking feels like holding, because thoughts have weight, mental weight, emotional weight, but not actual physical weight that you're carrying in your hands. You are holding far less than your mind thinks. This is crucial to understand, because the exhaustion you're feeling, much of it, comes from believing you're carrying things that aren't actually in your hands. Your child's marriage, you're not holding that. You're thinking about it. You're concerned about it. But the actual relationship, the actual marriage, the actual weight of making it work or letting it end, that's in their hands, not yours. Your retirement savings, you're not holding that either. The money exists or it doesn't. In accounts, in investments, you're not physically carrying your bank balance on your back. You're thinking about it, worrying about whether it's enough. But you're not actually holding it. Your health concerns, you're not holding your body's processes in your hands. Your heart is beating without you holding it. Your cells are aging without you carrying them. Your body is doing what bodies do, with or without your mental involvement. You are holding far less than your mind thinks. Your mind has created the illusion of carrying by spending so much time thinking about things, by reviewing them constantly, by worrying about them continuously. But thinking about something and holding it are not the same. One happens in your mind, the other would require your actual hands, your actual strength, your actual physical involvement. And most of what you think you're holding, you couldn't actually hold even if you tried, because it's not yours to hold. It exists outside of you. It belongs to other people, to time, to life, to circumstances beyond your control. You can think about your friends' financial problems all night long. You can worry about them continuously, but you're not actually holding their debt. You're not carrying their financial burden. That's theirs. That exists in their life, not in your hands. You can be concerned about climate change. You can think about it. You can worry about the world your grandchildren will inherit. But you're not holding the climate in your hands. You're not carrying the weight of the planet's future on your back. These things are too big to hold, too complex, too far outside your actual sphere of control. You can think about them, yes, but thinking about them isn't the same as holding them. You are holding far less than your mind thinks. And tonight, you need to distinguish between what you're actually holding and what you're just thinking about. What are you actually holding right now, in this moment? What actual responsibility are you actively managing at 3 a.m. while lying in bed? Nothing. You're holding nothing, not one single thing. Everything you think you're holding exists outside this bed, outside this moment, outside your actual hands. Your responsibilities will be there in the morning. You can pick them up then. You can engage with them then. But right now, you're not holding them. You're just thinking about them. And thinking creates the illusion of weight, the illusion of burden, the illusion that you're carrying more than you actually are. Your mind says you're holding everything. Your body, if you pay attention to it, shows you that you're holding almost nothing. Some tension, maybe. Some tightness in your shoulders from holding tension, not from holding actual weight. Release the tension and you'll feel it. You're not actually holding anything. The weight is imagined, created by thought. made real through worry. But you can set down thought. You can stop thinking about things for a while. And when you do, the weight disappears. Because it was never real weight. It was mental weight, thought weight, worry weight. You are holding far less than your mind thinks. Your mind has been lying to you. Not maliciously, just mistakenly. It's confused awareness with responsibility, concern with carrying, thinking with holding. But now you can see the difference. You can feel the difference. Right now, in your actual body, you're holding almost nothing. A little tension, maybe. That's all. Everything else, all the weight, all the burden, all the heavy responsibility your mind keeps talking about, that's not in your hands. That's in your thoughts. And thoughts can be set down just as easily as physical objects. More easily, even. You just stop thinking about them for a while. You redirect your attention elsewhere. You let them exist without your constant mental involvement. The situation with your son, it exists whether you think about it or not. Thinking about it doesn't change it, doesn't hold it together, doesn't make it better or worse. It just exists. And you can stop thinking about it for tonight without anything changing, except that you'll finally be able to rest. The worry about your health, your body is doing what it's doing regardless of your worry. Your thinking about it doesn't hold anything together, doesn't prevent anything, doesn't carry any actual weight. Your body continues on its own, with or without your mental attention. You are holding far less than your mind thinks. Much, much less. Almost nothing. Actually, your mind has created an elaborate story about all the weight you're carrying, all the burdens you're responsible for, all the things that would fall apart if you stopped holding them. But it's just a story, a convincing story. A story you've believed for so long that it feels completely real, but still just a story. The truth is simpler, lighter. You're lying in a bed, breathing, resting, holding nothing except the weight of your own body, which the bed is holding for you anyway. That's all. That's the truth. Everything else is thought, and thought. No matter how heavy it feels, isn't actual weight, isn't actual burden, isn't something you need physical strength to carry. You are holding far less than your mind thinks. Let this truth settle into you. Let it be real. Let it release you from the imagined weight you've been carrying. Your mind will resist. It will insist that no, you really are holding all these things, that they really are your responsibility, that they really do require your constant attention. But your body knows better. Your body can feel the difference between actual weight and imagined weight, between real burden and thought burden. Listen to your body. It's holding almost nothing. It's resting here, supported by the bed, carrying only itself. And even that weight is being held by something else. You are holding far less than your mind thinks. And tonight, you can set down even the little you're actually holding. You can let the bed hold your body. You can let your breath breathe itself. You can let everything be exactly as it is without you holding any of it. Because you're not holding it anyway. You never were. You've just been thinking about it. And thinking, no matter how intense, isn't the same as holding. You are holding far less than your mind thinks. Remember that, feel that, rest in that truth, and finally, let go of the weight that was never real to begin with. You think if you're not actively doing something, then nothing is being done. If you're not taking action, then the situation isn't being handled. But that's not true. Some things are being handled right now through the simple act of waiting. Time is working on them. Change is happening in them. They're being processed, transformed, resolved not through your action, but through patient, passive waiting. Waiting is a form of handling. This is one of the hardest truths to accept in a culture that worships action, that celebrates doing, that treats waiting as weakness or passivity or failure to engage. But some things can only be handled by waiting. They can't be forced or rushed or solved through effort. They need time. They need space. They need the slow, invisible work that only waiting allows. Think about grief. When you lose someone you love, there's nothing you can do to make that grief resolve quickly. You can't action your way out of it. You can't take steps to complete it faster. Grief is being handled by waiting, by letting time do its work, by allowing the slow, painful process of learning to live with loss, day by day, month by month, year by year. You're not doing nothing while you grieve. You're waiting. And waiting is handling the grief in the only way grief can be handled, through time, through patience, through allowing the wound to heal at its own pace. Some things are being handled by waiting. The conflict between you and your adult child, maybe it can't be resolved right now. Maybe they're not ready to talk. Maybe the hurt is too fresh. Maybe the situation is too complicated. You want to fix it immediately. You want to take action, have the conversation, resolve the conflict, restore the relationship right now. But maybe this is being handled by waiting, by giving space, by letting time soften the hurt, by allowing both of you to grow and change and gain perspective before trying to bridge the gap. Waiting isn't doing nothing. Waiting is allowing time to do what time does. Soften edges, create distance, change perspectives, make the impossible possible again. Some things are being handled by waiting. The answer you need for a major decision, maybe it's not clear yet. Maybe you don't have enough information. Maybe the right path hasn't revealed itself yet. You want to figure it out now. You want to take action. Make the decision. Move forward immediately. But maybe this is being handled by waiting, by staying in the uncertainty for a while longer, by allowing more information to arrive, by letting your intuition work in the background while you're not actively trying to force an answer. Some of the best decisions come after waiting, after living with the question for a while, after allowing life to reveal information you didn't have before, after letting time show you options you couldn't see at first. Waiting is a form of handling. It's not passive, it's not weak, it's strategic, it's wise, it's recognizing that some processes can't be rushed. You can't rush healing. You can't rush insight. You can't rush relationship repair. You can't rush clarity. You can't rush transformation. These things happen in their own time. And trying to force them, trying to take action before the time is right, often makes things worse, not better. Some things are being handled by waiting. Your body's healing from surgery, from injury, from illness. It's being handled by waiting. You can support the healing process. You can rest, eat well, follow medical advice. but the actual healing that's being handled by time, by your body's natural processes, by waiting while your cells do their work. Your child's journey through a difficult phase, it's being handled by waiting. You can be available. You can offer support if they ask for it. But the actual growth, the actual learning, the actual transformation they need to go through, that's being handled by time, by experience, by the slow process of maturing that can't be rushed. The economy, the job market, the housing market, whatever financial situation you're worried about, it's being handled by waiting, by cycles that are larger than any individual, by forces that move in their own time. You can't control these. You can only wait while they shift and change and eventually move in a different direction. Some things are being handled by waiting, and your job is not to force action where waiting is what's needed. Your job is to recognize when waiting is the right approach, when patience is the most powerful thing you can offer. This doesn't mean you do nothing forever. It doesn't mean you never take action. It means you distinguish between situations that need action and situations that need waiting. And many of the situations that are keeping you awake at night, they need waiting. They're already being handled by waiting. Time is already working on them. Change is already happening in them. Your involvement, your action, your effort to force resolution, that's not helping. That's interfering with the natural process that waiting allows. Some things are being handled by waiting. The relationship that's been strained, maybe it's slowly mending through waiting, through space, through time allowing hurt feelings to fade. The career uncertainty you're facing, maybe it's being resolved through waiting, through staying open while opportunities you can't see yet move into position. The fear about your health, maybe it's being processed through waiting, through your body showing you over time what's normal aging and what actually needs attention. Waiting feels uncomfortable because you're not in control. You're not taking action. You're not making things happen. You're just waiting. But waiting is making things happen. Time is making things happen. Change is making things happen. Just slowly, quietly, invisibly. And you don't need to see the progress for it to be real. You don't need to feel things shifting for them to be shifting. You don't need visible action for handling to be taking place. Some things are being handled by waiting, right now, in situations you can't see changing, in problems you think are stuck, in conflicts you believe are permanent. Time is working. Change is happening. Things are being handled through waiting. Tonight, ask yourself, what am I trying to force action on that actually needs waiting? What am I trying to rush that needs to unfold slowly? What am I trying to control that needs to be left alone for a while? And then, for those things, practice waiting, not anxious waiting, not impatient waiting, not waiting while constantly checking to see if anything's changed yet, just waiting, trusting that time is handling it, that change is happening, even though you can't see it, that the situation is being processed in ways you can't control or measure or speed up. Some things are being handled by waiting. Let them be handled that way. Let time do its work. Let waiting be enough, because it is enough. For some things, waiting is exactly what's needed, It's not doing nothing. It's doing the hardest thing, allowing life to unfold without your constant interference. Some things are being handled by waiting. And tonight, you can wait. You can rest while time works. You can sleep while change happens slowly, invisibly, in its own perfect timing. You don't need to do anything. Waiting is doing it. Time is handling it. And you can finally rest while waiting does its quiet, powerful work. Some things are being handled by waiting. Trust that. Rest in that. And let waiting handle what only waiting can handle. While you, at last, sleep. Time is working right now. Silently, invisibly, without announcing what it's doing or asking your permission to do it. While you lie here thinking nothing is changing, time is changing everything. Slowly, steadily, in ways you won't notice until you look back months or years from now and realize that what felt permanent has shifted. Some things are being handled by time passing, not by your effort, not by your worry, not by your constant mental involvement. Just by time, doing what time does moving forward, carrying everything with it, transforming situations without fanfare. Think about pain you felt 5 years ago, something that hurt so much you thought you'd never recover. A loss, a betrayal, a disappointment that felt like it would define you forever. Where is that pain now? If you reach for it, you can probably still find it. But it doesn't have the same sharp edges anymore, does it? It doesn't cut as deep. It doesn't consume you the way it once did. What changed? You didn't solve the pain. You didn't fix what caused it. You didn't take specific action to make it less painful. Time handled it. Time passing gradually, day after day, softened what felt unbearably sharp. Time put distance between you and the event. Time allowed other experiences to layer over the painful one until it became one memory among many instead of the only thing you could feel. Some things are being handled by time passing. Right now, there are situations in your life that feel overwhelming, relationships that feel broken, problems that feel unsolvable, worries that feel permanent. And you're lying here trying to figure out how to fix them, how to solve them, what action you should take to make them better. But maybe they're being handled by time passing. Maybe the solution isn't action. Maybe it's allowing time to do its silent, invisible work. Your relationship with your sister has been strained for months. Every time you think about it, you feel the tension, the hurt, the gap between who you used to be with each other and who you are now. You want to fix it immediately. You want to have the conversation that clears everything up, restores the closeness, makes everything okay again. But maybe this is being handled by time passing. Maybe what you both need isn't a big conversation right now. Maybe you need months of normal interactions, of holidays together, of regular family events where you see each other and gradually remember why you love each other. Time passing creates those opportunities. Time passing allows hurt feelings to fade, just enough that connection becomes possible again. Time passing handles the repair work that direct confrontation might actually make worse. Some things are being handled by time passing. Your worry about your adult son's career path. He's been struggling to find direction. He's changed jobs multiple times. He seems lost, uncertain, trying different things without committing to anything. You want to intervene. You want to give advice, make suggestions, help him figure it out right now. But maybe his path is being handled by time passing. Maybe he needs these years of trying different things. Maybe each job that doesn't work out is teaching him something essential about what he actually wants. Maybe the clarity you want him to have right now will come naturally through time passing, through living, through the accumulation of experiences that eventually point him toward his direction. Time passing is handling his journey in ways your advice can't, because some things can only be learned through living, through trying, through the passage of time revealing what years of thinking never could. Some things are being handled by time passing. The grief over your mother's death. It's been 2 years, and some days it still hits you with surprising force. You thought you'd be over it by now. You thought time was supposed to heal this completely, but time isn't healing it. Time is transforming it, slowly, gradually, making it different, not gone. Time passing is teaching you how to live with loss instead of trying to get over loss. Time passing is showing you that grief doesn't end. It just changes shape. Time passing is handling your adjustment to life without her in ways that no amount of effort or therapy or support groups could accomplish on their own. You can't rush what time is doing. You can't speed up the transformation. You can only let time pass and notice, eventually, that you're different than you were, that the grief sits differently in your body, that you've learned to carry it without it carrying you. Some things are being handled by time passing. Your body's aging. You're watching yourself change, seeing new wrinkles, new limitations, new reminders that you're not young anymore, and you're fighting it, trying to maintain what's slipping away, trying to hold back what time is taking. But your aging is being handled by time passing. Whether you fight it or accept it, time is doing what time does to bodies. It's writing its story on your face, in your joints, through your energy levels. This isn't something you can solve or prevent or fix. This is something that's being handled by time passing, and your resistance doesn't slow it down. It just makes the process more painful because you're fighting what's already happening. Time passing is working silently right now on your relationships, on your worries, on your grief, on your body, on situations that feel stuck, on problems that seem permanent. Time is moving everything forward even when nothing appears to be changing. Time is creating distance from painful events. Time is allowing perspectives to shift. Time is making space for new experiences that will eventually overshadow old hurts. You can't see time working. You can't measure its progress. You can't watch the changes happening in real time, but time is working nonetheless. Think about a garden. You plant seeds, you water them, and then you wait while time does its work. Underground, invisible to you, roots are growing, stems are forming, life is organizing itself. You don't see any of this happening. If you dug up the seeds every day to check on progress, you'd kill what's trying to grow. You have to trust that time is working, even when you can't see results. You have to let time pass without constantly checking to see if anything's changed yet. Some things are being handled by time passing, And your job isn't to help time work faster. Your job is to let time pass without interfering, without trying to speed up what needs to happen slowly, without demanding visible progress on a timeline that makes you comfortable. Tonight, trust that time is working on every situation that feels stuck, on every problem that seems permanent, on every hurt that feels like it will last forever. Time is handling it, silently, invisibly, without your help, without your worry, without your constant mental involvement. Some things are being handled by time passing. Let time do its work. Let time pass without you trying to make it pass faster or differently or more efficiently. Just let time be time. And rest while time handles what only time can handle. Because time is working right now on everything, in ways you can't see, but will eventually feel. Some things are being handled by time passing. And tonight, you can rest, knowing that time doesn't need your supervision. It just needs to pass. And it will. It always does. Handling everything in its own perfect, silent way. Distance has been working on your behalf without you realizing it. The space between you and certain situations, certain people, certain painful events. The distance isn't emptiness. It's not nothing happening. It's active processing. It's quiet resolution. It's healing taking place in the gap. Some things are being handled by distance, not by confrontation, not by working through everything directly, not by having difficult conversations or forcing resolutions, just by space, by separation, by the simple fact of being apart. Think about a conflict you had years ago with someone who used to be in your daily life, a co-worker you clashed with, a neighbor who drove you crazy, a family member you couldn't get along with. That conflict felt enormous when you were in close proximity. Every interaction was loaded. Every small thing became a big thing. You couldn't get perspective because you couldn't get distance. And then life created distance. You changed jobs. They moved away. Family dynamics shifted. And suddenly there was space between you and the conflict. And in that space, something changed. The conflict didn't get solved. You never had the big conversation that cleared everything up. You never worked through all the issues directly, but it got handled anyway, by distance, by the simple fact that you weren't bumping into each other anymore, by the reality that daily friction was replaced by occasional or no contact at all. Distance handled what proximity couldn't. Distance created room for perspective. Distance allowed strong feelings to settle. Distance made it possible to remember the good things without the constant irritation of the difficult things. Some things are being handled by distance, right now, in your current life. Situations that feel unresolved because you haven't directly addressed them, they're being resolved anyway through the space that exists between you and them. Your adult child made choices you don't agree with. You've been struggling with this for months. You want to talk to them about it. You want to express your concerns, share your perspective, help them see what you see. But maybe what's needed isn't conversation. Maybe what's needed is distance. Not permanent distance, not cutting them off, just space. Letting them live their life while you live yours. Letting the intensity of your feelings about their choices fade because you're not in constant proximity to those choices. Distance is handling this. Distance is allowing you to separate your identity from their decisions. Distance is creating room for both of you to be who you are without constant friction. Distance is slowly shifting your relationship from one where you feel responsible for their choices to one where you can love them while letting them walk their own path. Some things are being handled by distance. The hurt from an old friendship that ended badly. You and your former friend haven't spoken in over a year. You've thought many times about reaching out, about trying to repair things, about having the conversation that might bring you back together. But maybe the repair is already happening through distance. Maybe the anger has already faded because you haven't been feeding it with constant interaction. Maybe you've both already changed because you've had space to grow separately. Maybe when you do eventually reconnect, if you do, the distance will have handled all the hurt that felt too big to address directly. Distance is working on your behalf. Distance is doing repair work that proximity couldn't do. Distance is creating conditions for possible reconciliation by first creating space for all the intense feelings to settle. Some things are being handled by distance. Your complicated feelings about your hometown you moved away decades ago. But you've carried complicated emotions about that place ever since. Nostalgia mixed with relief, longing mixed with resentment, love for what was, frustration about what wasn't. And over the years, distance has been handling these feelings, softening them, giving you perspective you couldn't have when you lived there, allowing you to remember the good without the daily reality of the difficult, letting you appreciate what that place gave you without having to cope with what it couldn't give you. Distance handled your relationship with your hometown in ways staying there never could have. Distance created the space needed for complicated feelings to become simpler, for mixed emotions to settle into something you can hold more peacefully. Some things are being handled by distance, not because you're avoiding them, not because you're running away from difficult things, but because distance is itself a form of handling, a form of processing, a form of resolution. Sometimes the best thing you can do for a situation is create space around it. Step back, let distance do its work. Stop trying to resolve everything through direct engagement when direct engagement is actually preventing resolution. Your relationship with your own past, the mistakes you made, the regrets you carry, the versions of yourself you're ashamed of, these are being handled by distance, not by you constantly reviewing them, analyzing them, trying to make peace with them through mental effort, but by time creating distance between who you were and who you are now, by years passing, by life experiences accumulating, by you becoming someone different enough that the person who made those mistakes feels like someone else. Distance is handling your relationship with your past. Distance is making it possible to have compassion for who you were because you're no longer that person. Distance is creating the space needed to forgive yourself because there's now actual space between you and the actions you're forgiving. Some things are being handled by distance. The intensity of your worry about things you can't control when you're right up against a worry, when you're in constant proximity to it. It feels overwhelming. It feels like the only thing that exists. But distance changes this. When you can step back mentally, emotionally, physically, the worry becomes smaller. Not because it's not real, but because distance creates perspective. Distance shows you that this worry is one thing among many things. Distance allows you to see around it instead of only seeing it. Distance is handling your worries by putting them in proportion, by showing you that they're not as large as they feel when you're pressed right up against them, by creating space for other things to exist too. So, the worry doesn't fill your entire field of vision. Some things are being handled by distance. Your difficult relationship with your aging parent. Maybe you've tried everything. You've had conversations. You've set boundaries. You've tried to change the dynamic directly, and nothing has worked. The relationship is still difficult. The patterns are still there. The frustration is still present. But maybe what's needed isn't more direct work on the relationship. Maybe what's needed is more distance, not abandoning them, not cutting off contact, but creating more space, shorter visits, less frequent calls, more protection of your own emotional energy. Distance might handle this relationship better than proximity ever could. Distance might make it possible to maintain connection without constant friction. Distance might be the kindest thing for both of you, giving you space to preserve your peace, giving them space to be who they are without your constant attempt to change them. Some things are being handled by distance, and recognizing this isn't giving up. It's not avoiding. It's not failing to address important things. It's wisdom. It's understanding that not everything needs direct confrontation, that not every problem needs to be solved face to face, that not every resolution comes through working things out in close proximity. Sometimes resolution comes through space, through separation, through distance doing its quiet, gradual work of softening, shifting, transforming what direct engagement couldn't touch. Tonight, as you lie here thinking about unresolved situations, conflicts that haven't been addressed, relationships that feel stuck, consider this. Maybe they're being handled by distance. Maybe the space that exists between you and these situations is actively working on them in ways you can't see. Maybe you don't need to do anything. Maybe you don't need to reach out, speak up, confront, resolve. Maybe you just need to let distance keep working. Let space keep creating perspective. Let separation keep doing its healing work. Some things are being handled by distance. Trust this. Trust that distance is not nothing. Trust that the space between you and certain situations is not empty. It's full of quiet transformation, subtle healing, gradual resolution. Let distance have the time it needs to work. Let space do what space does. Let separation handle what proximity couldn't. Because some things are being handled by distance, right now, in ways you can't measure or track or observe directly, but handled nonetheless by the simple, powerful gift of space. Some things are being handled by distance, and tonight, you can rest knowing that the space between you and certain problems is not abandonment. It's active care. It's intelligent response. It's distance doing what only distance can do. So rest, while distance works, while space heals, while separation creates the conditions for resolution that direct engagement never could. Some things are being handled by distance. Let them be. And finally, rest. Your mind has been treating forgetting like failure, like something's wrong when you can't remember details the way you used to, like losing information means losing something important. But forgetting isn't failure. Forgetting is processing. It's completion. It's your mind's way of handling things by letting them go. Some things are being handled by forgetting, not by remembering them constantly, not by keeping them present and active, but by allowing them to fade, by letting them slip away into the background where they don't need your attention anymore. Think about all the things you used to worry about that you can't even remember now. Situations that felt critical at the time. Problems that seemed unsolvable. Conflicts that consumed your thoughts for weeks. Where are they now? You've forgotten them, not because you solved them all, not because you worked through them completely, but because your mind, in its wisdom, decided they didn't need to be remembered anymore. And in forgetting them, they were handled, completed, finished, not through resolution, but through release. Some things are being handled by forgetting. That embarrassing moment from 20 years ago that occasionally surfaces in your memory, your mind is working to forget it. Each time you remember it and feel that flush of embarrassment, your mind is trying to show you this doesn't need to be remembered with this much intensity anymore. And gradually, over years, you remember it less often. And when you do remember it, it stings less. And eventually, you might forget it altogether. Or it becomes a story you can tell without shame. Just a thing that happened, drained of its emotional charge. Forgetting handled that embarrassment in ways that remembering never could. Because remembering kept it alive. Remembering kept it powerful. Forgetting let it fade into the background where it belongs. Some things are being handled by forgetting. The details of old arguments with your spouse. You remember that you fought about something 10 years ago, but you can't remember exactly what. You remember the feeling of being upset, but you've forgotten the specific words that were said. This isn't a problem. This is your mind handling old conflicts by releasing the details that aren't important anymore. Your mind is keeping what matters. The fact that you got through it, that you're still together and letting go of what doesn't matter. The specific grievances that felt so important at the time. Forgetting is handling your relationship's history by keeping you connected to the present rather than chained to every past conflict. Forgetting is allowing your relationship to be renewed constantly by not carrying the full weight of every difficult moment. Some things are being handled by forgetting. You're lying here trying to remember things, trying to keep track of everything, trying to hold on to information, memories, details, as if remembering everything is your responsibility. But it's not. Your mind is designed to forget. It's designed to let things go. It's designed to process information and then release what isn't needed anymore. And what you're forgetting, much of it, is being handled through that forgetting, being completed, being processed, being moved from active memory into storage or into nothing at all. Your mind is protecting you by forgetting. It's handling your mental load by deciding what needs to stay in your conscious awareness and what can be released. And you don't need to fight this process. You don't need to struggle to remember everything. You need to trust that what's important will stay, and what's fading is fading because it's meant to. Some things are being handled by forgetting. The pain of old injuries you remember that you hurt your knee years ago. but you've forgotten the specific quality of the pain. You remember it was difficult, but the actual sensation has faded from memory. This forgetting is mercy. This forgetting is healing. Because if you remembered pain as vividly as you experienced it, you'd be traumatized by every injury you've ever had. Your mind forgets the sensation of pain to protect you from reliving it constantly. Forgetting is handling your relationship with pain, letting you remember that it happened without making you feel it again, letting you move forward without carrying the sensory memory of every hurt. Some things are being handled by forgetting. The specific ways your parents failed you as a child. Maybe you remember the general feeling of not being seen or not being understood, but you've forgotten most of the specific incidents, most of the individual moments that created that feeling. And this forgetting is complicated. Part of you might think you should remember everything, should keep the evidence of your childhood wounds present and accessible, should be able to recall exactly what happened and when. But forgetting is handling this too. Forgetting is allowing you to have a relationship with your parents now, if they're still alive, that isn't constantly referencing every individual failure. Forgetting is letting you move forward without the full weight of childhood pain defining every interaction. Forgetting doesn't mean it didn't happen. Forgetting doesn't mean it didn't matter. Forgetting means your mind has processed it enough that you don't need to carry the details anymore. The general truth remains, but the specific memories that kept that truth sharp and painful, those can fade. Some things are being handled by forgetting. Names of people you used to know, places you used to go regularly, details of jobs you used to have, specifics of problems you used to lose sleep over. You're frustrated by this forgetting. You think it means something's wrong with your mind. You think you should be able to remember everything you once knew. But forgetting is how your mind stays functional. Forgetting is how your mind makes room for new information, new experiences, new things that actually matter right now. Forgetting is how your mind handles the impossible task of storing decades of life without becoming completely overwhelmed. Your mind is working properly when it forgets, not failing, working, handling the accumulation of a lifetime by letting go of what doesn't need to be actively remembered anymore. Some things are being handled by forgetting. Your grudges against people who hurt you years ago, you might remember that you were hurt, but you've forgotten the intensity of the anger. You've forgotten the specific grievances. You've forgotten why you swore you'd never forgive them. And now, years later, maybe you have forgiven them, not through a conscious decision to forgive, but through forgetting, through the details fading until all that's left is a vague memory that something happened, but it doesn't have power over you anymore. Forgetting handled the grudge when holding on to it was too painful. Forgetting released you from resentment when conscious forgiveness felt impossible. Some things are being handled by forgetting, and tonight, as you lie here, trying to remember everything, trying to keep track of everything, trying to hold on to every detail of your life, you can let yourself forget. You can let your mind do what it's designed to do. Release what doesn't need to be remembered. Let go of details that aren't serving you anymore. Fade out memories that have already taught you what they needed to teach you. Not remembering isn't failure. Not remembering is completion. It's a sign that something has been processed fully enough that your mind doesn't need to keep it active anymore. It's a sign that the handling is done. Some things are being handled by forgetting. Right now, as you lie here, your mind is working in the background, deciding what to keep and what to release. What needs to stay in active memory and what can fade into the background or disappear altogether. Trust this process. Trust that what's important will stay. Trust that what's fading is fading, because it's meant to. Trust that forgetting is not loss. It's liberation. You don't need to remember everything to have lived a full life. You don't need to hold on to every detail to prove that it mattered. You don't need to keep every memory alive to honor your past. Some things are meant to be forgotten, and in the forgetting, they're handled, completed, released, finished, not through effort, but through the natural process of a mind that knows when to hold on and when to let go. Some things are being handled by forgetting. Let them go. Let your mind do its work. Let forgetting be what it is, not failure, but grace. Not loss, but freedom. Not the end of something important, but the completion of something that no longer needs to be carried. Tonight, let yourself forget. Anything that's trying to fade, let it fade. Anything your mind is releasing, let it go. Anything you're struggling to remember, stop struggling. Some things are being handled by forgetting, and in that forgetting, finally, there's rest, because you don't need to hold everything in memory. You don't need to be the keeper of every detail. You just need to let your mind work and trust that what fades was meant to fade, and what remains is what you actually need. Some things are being handled by forgetting. Let them be handled that way, and rest. Finally, rest. You've been waiting for solutions, for answers, for clear resolutions to problems that have been lingering for months, maybe years. You think that if something's not solved, it's not resolved, that if you haven't figured it out, then it's still a problem, that if you don't have an answer, the question is still active and demanding your attention. But that's not how life actually works. Some things resolve without being solved. They don't get figured out. They don't get answered. They just stop being problems. They fade into irrelevance. They become things that used to matter, but somehow don't anymore. Some things resolve without being solved. This is one of the strangest, most liberating truths about life. That problems can disappear without you ever understanding how. That questions can stop needing answers without the answers ever arriving. That situations can complete themselves without you doing anything to complete them. Think about a problem you had 5 years ago, something you worried about constantly, something you tried to solve, tried to figure out, tried to get clarity on. And then, at some point, you just stopped thinking about it. Not because you solved it, not because you figured it out, not because you got the clarity you were seeking. You just moved on. Life moved on. And when you look back now, you realize that problem resolved itself, not through solution, but through becoming irrelevant, through being superseded by other things, through the situation changing in ways that made the original problem obsolete. Some things resolve without being solved. The question about whether to move to a different city, you agonized over this for months. You made lists of pros and cons. You tried to figure out the right answer. You asked everyone's opinion. And then life made the decision for you. Your parent got sick and needed you nearby, or a job opportunity came that was too good to pass up, or your partner got transferred, or you just gradually realized you didn't want to move anymore, for no clear reason. The question resolved, not because you answered it, but because circumstances changed and the question stopped being relevant, or your feelings shifted, and what once seemed important just didn't matter anymore. Some things resolve without being solved. That conflict with your sibling that's been simmering for years, you keep thinking you need to have a conversation about it. You keep waiting for the right time to address it directly. You keep hoping someone will apologize or explain or make it make sense. But maybe it won't get solved that way. Maybe it will just resolve. Time will pass. You'll see each other at family events. Small, normal interactions will accumulate, and one day you'll realize the conflict isn't there anymore. Not because it was addressed, but because it faded. It lost its power. It stopped mattering in the same way. The resolution came without solution. The situation completed itself without anyone solving it. Life just moved both of you past it without requiring the direct confrontation you thought was necessary. Some things resolve without being solved. Your worry about whether you made the right career choice 20 years ago, you've questioned this decision countless times. Wondered what would have happened if you'd taken the other path. Tried to figure out if you chose wrong. But this question doesn't need an answer, because you can't go back, because the alternate path doesn't exist anymore, because you've built a life on the path you did take, and that life is real, and the alternate one is just imagination. The question resolves through being unanswerable, through time making it irrelevant, through the sheer reality of what is superseding the speculation about what might have been. You didn't solve it. Life just moved you forward until the question stopped having weight. Some things resolve without being solved. You're lying here tonight with questions that feel urgent, problems that seem unsolvable, situations that appear stuck until someone does something to unstick them. And you're exhausting yourself trying to solve them, trying to figure them out, trying to find the answer that will finally bring resolution. But maybe they don't need solving. Maybe they need time. Maybe they need to be left alone. Maybe they need to sit there, unresolved, until life shifts in some way that makes them irrelevant or obsolete, or simply not problems anymore. Your child's phase of difficult behavior, you've been trying to solve it, trying to figure out what's wrong, what to do, how to fix it. You've read books, consulted experts, tried different approaches, and maybe it just needs to resolve without being solved. Maybe they need to grow out of it. Maybe they need to work through whatever they're working through in their own time. Maybe the resolution comes not from you solving it, but from them moving past it naturally as they mature. Some problems with children resolve simply through development, through time passing, through them becoming different people. Not because parents figured out the magic solution, but because children grow and change and phases end. Some things resolve without being solved. Your marriage's difficult period, you've been trying to fix it, trying to solve the problems, trying to get back to how things used to be. But maybe it resolves differently. Maybe you don't get back to how things used to be. Maybe you move forward into something new. Maybe the resolution isn't solving the problems, but adapting to a different kind of marriage. Not worse, just different. Not fixed, just evolved. The situation resolves not through solution, but through transformation. Through both of you changing, through the relationship becoming something it wasn't before. Through accepting what is, instead of trying to recreate what was. Some things resolve without being solved. The uncertainty about your purpose, about what your life means, about whether you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. You've been trying to figure this out for years, maybe decades, and you keep thinking that someday you'll have the answer. Someday you'll solve the question of your purpose. Someday you'll know with certainty what you're meant to do. But maybe this resolves without being solved. Maybe you never get a clear answer. Maybe you never have that moment of certainty. Maybe you just live your life, day by day, doing what seems right, and years later you look back and see that your life had purpose, even though you never figured out what it was. The resolution comes through living, not through solving, through doing, not through understanding, through the accumulation of a life that meant something, even though you never solved the question of what it meant. Some things resolve without being solved. And your job tonight is not to solve everything that feels unresolved. Your job is to recognize that resolution doesn't always look like solution. Sometimes resolution looks like acceptance, like letting things be unsolved, like living with questions that don't have answers, like moving forward even though nothing got figured out. Some problems don't need solutions. They need time. They need to be left alone. They need to sit in the background while life moves forward, until eventually you realize they're not problems anymore. Not because they were solved, but because they became irrelevant, or you grew past them, or circumstances changed, or you simply stopped caring about them in the same way. Tonight, stop trying to solve everything. Stop waiting for clear resolutions before you can rest. Stop believing that everything unfinished needs to be finished. Everything unclear needs to be clarified. Everything unsolved needs to be solved. Some things will resolve without being solved. Through time, through change, through life moving forward regardless of whether you figure everything out. Through problems becoming obsolete, through questions losing their urgency, through situations completing themselves in ways you never planned or understood. Let this be true. Let resolution come without solution. Let things finish without you finishing them. Let problems disappear without you solving them. Some things resolve without being solved. Trust this. Rest in this. Let this truth free you from the exhausting belief that everything must be figured out before you can have peace. Some things just resolve. And tonight, you can rest while they do. While problems fade, while questions lose their urgency, while situations complete themselves without your intervention. Some things resolve without being solved. And that's not failure. That's just life, moving forward, carrying you with it, resolving things in its own mysterious way, without requiring you to understand or solve or figure out anything. Just rest, while things resolve themselves in their own way, in their own time, without your help, without your solutions, without anything being solved. Some things resolve without being solved. And tonight, that's enough. More than enough. Exactly what you need to know to finally rest. Your body is working right now, doing thousands of things you'll never think about, never supervise, never consciously direct. While you lie here worrying about what you need to handle tomorrow, your body is handling everything that keeps you alive tonight, without asking your permission, without needing your input, without requiring your conscious involvement at all. Some things are being handled by the body, not by your mind, not by your willpower, not by your effort or planning or worry, just by your body, doing what bodies do, managing processes you couldn't manage even if you tried. Your heart is beating right now, pumping blood through your entire system, delivering oxygen to every cell, maintaining the exact rhythm you need to stay alive. And it's been doing this every moment of your life without you ever having to think about it. You're not making your heart beat. Your body is handling it perfectly, automatically, without your conscious mind being involved at all. Your lungs are breathing, drawing air in, pushing air out, exchanging oxygen for carbon dioxide, maintaining the precise balance of gases your body needs. And they're doing this right now, without you directing each breath, without you monitoring whether you're breathing correctly. Your body is handling your breath, even as your mind is occupied with thoughts and worries. Your breath continues, steady and reliable, because your body knows what to do. Some things are being handled by the body. The wound on your arm from last week, you're not healing it. You're not consciously directing your cells to multiply and close the gap. You're not managing the complex biological processes that repair damaged tissue. Your body is handling it. Cells are dividing. Blood is clotting. New skin is forming. The immune system is fighting off infection. All of this is happening without your involvement, without your supervision, without you needing to understand any of it. Your body knows how to heal itself, and it's doing that work right now, quietly, efficiently, in ways you couldn't manage even if you spent all your time trying. The food you ate for dinner, you're not digesting it consciously. You're not directing your stomach to break down proteins, your intestines to absorb nutrients, your liver to process and filter and convert. You're not managing any of the incredibly complex biochemistry happening in your digestive system right now. Your body is handling it, extracting what you need from what you ate, converting food into energy, eliminating waste, maintaining the intricate balance of systems that keep you nourished and functioning. Some things are being handled by the body. And this is true not just for physical processes. Your body is handling emotional processing too. Stress that you experience today, your body is working on it right now, releasing tension, processing stress hormones, gradually returning your nervous system to baseline. You don't have to consciously manage this. You don't have to figure out how to process stress. Your body already knows. It's designed to handle stress, to metabolize it, to work through it over time. That's what sleep is, partially for giving your body the space to process and integrate everything it experienced while awake. Your body is handling your anxiety, not eliminating it instantly, but processing it gradually, working through the chemical components of worry, bringing your system back toward balance even while your mind continues to generate worried thoughts. The body and mind are separate in this way. Your mind can worry endlessly, but your body will still do its work, still process, still move toward equilibrium, still handle what needs handling on a biological level regardless of what your mind is doing. Some things are being handled by the body. That ache in your lower back, your body is addressing it, sending healing factors to the area, reducing inflammation, working on repair even while you sleep. You're not directing this. You're not consciously healing your back. Your body is doing it in its own time, in its own way. Maybe not as fast as you'd like. Maybe not as completely as you wish. But your body is working on it, handling it to the best of its ability with the resources it has. Your body is always working toward healing, always working toward balance, always working toward maintaining your life. This is what bodies do, what they're designed to do, what they've been doing since you were born. Some things are being handled by the body. You're aging, you can't stop it, but your body is handling it, managing the gradual decline of systems, compensating in some areas for losses in others, adapting to changes, finding new equilibriums. Your body knows how to age. It's programmed to move through these stages. And while you might not like what aging brings, while you might resist the changes, your body is handling the process, doing what it needs to do at this stage of life. You're not making yourself age. You're not consciously directing cells to divide more slowly, tissues to lose elasticity, organs to function with less efficiency. Your body is handling aging according to its own biological timeline, its own genetic programming. Tonight, trust your body. It's been keeping you alive for decades. It knows what it's doing. And right now, while you lie here, it's handling everything that actually matters on a biological level. Your job is simply to let it work, to rest, to give your body the conditions it needs to do what it does best, and then, finally, to sleep. Some things are being handled by the body. Trust this, feel this, and rest. Finally, rest, knowing that some things are being handled by the body, perfectly, automatically. Without your help, you've been treating outcomes as if they're entirely up to you, as if every result depends solely on your decisions, your actions, your choices. But that's not how life works. Most outcomes involve other people, and those people are making their own choices right now. Choices that will shape outcomes in ways you can't control or predict. Some things are being handled by other people's choices, not by your choices, not by your efforts, not by your careful planning or worry, but by what other people decide to do. And you have absolutely no control over that. Your adult son's career path, you've been worried about it, thinking about what he should do, what advice you should give him, how you can help him find direction. But his career is being handled by his choices, not yours. He's the one who will decide which job to take, which opportunity to pursue, which path feels right to him. And your worry about his choices doesn't influence what he chooses. Your anxiety doesn't shape his decisions. He's handling his career through his own choices. And those choices might not be the ones you would make. They might not be the ones you think are best. But they're his choices to make, his life to shape, his path to walk. Some things are being handled by other people's choices. Your daughter-in-law is making choices about how to raise your grandchildren, what values to emphasize, what activities to prioritize, what kind of childhood to create for them. And you might not agree with all her choices. You might think you know better. You might wish she'd do things differently. But she's handling your grandchildren's upbringing through her choices, not yours. Her choices will shape outcomes, will influence who those children become, will create experiences and memories and patterns that last a lifetime. And you're not making those choices. She is, along with your son. Together, they're handling their children's lives through the choices they make every day. Some things are being handled by other people's choices. Your friend's marriage, you can see problems. You can see patterns that concern you. You want to help. You want to intervene. You want to somehow make things better. But their marriage is being handled by their choices, by whether they choose to stay or leave, to work on it or give up, to get help or struggle alone. Those are their choices to make, not yours. You can be supportive. You can listen if they want to talk. You can offer perspective if they ask for it. But you can't make their choices for them. You can't handle their marriage. They're handling it through their own decisions, and the outcome will reflect their choices, not your concerns. Some things are being handled by other people's choices. Your aging parent is choosing how to live these final years, whether to stay in their home or move to assisted living, whether to pursue aggressive treatment or focus on comfort, whether to accept help or maintain independence as long as possible. These are their choices about their life, their body, their priorities. And even though these choices affect you, even though you have opinions about what they should do, they're still their choices to make. The outcome of your parents' aging is being handled by their choices as much as by biology, and your job is to respect their autonomy, to support their decisions even when you disagree, to let them handle their own life even as that life winds down. Some things are being handled by other people's choices. The economy, the job market, housing prices, your investments performance. All of these are being shaped by thousands, millions of people making choices about how to spend their money, where to invest, what to buy, what to sell. You're making your choices too. But the outcomes aren't determined solely by your decisions. They're determined by the collective choices of everyone participating in the economy. And most of those people's choices are completely unknown to you and entirely outside your influence. You can make smart choices with your own money, but you can't control what everyone else chooses. And their choices will affect your outcomes whether you like it or not. Some things are being handled by other people's choices. And tonight, you need to release your grip on outcomes that depend on choices you're not making. You can control your own choices, your own actions, your own responses, your own decisions about how to live your life. And that's not nothing. That's actually quite significant. But you can't control other people's choices. You can't make decisions for them. You can't force outcomes by worrying about what they might choose. They're going to choose what they choose. And those choices will handle outcomes in ways you can't predict or prevent. And you have to make peace with that. Some things are being handled by other people's choices, Not by your worry about their choices, not by your opinions about what they should choose, not by your attempts to influence or control or guide their decision-making, just by their choices, their free will, their agency, their right to make their own decisions about their own lives. And the hardest part is accepting that their choices might create outcomes you don't like, outcomes you wish were different, outcomes that affect you negatively. But even then, the handling is theirs. The choice is theirs. The outcome reflects their decisions, not your preferences. And you have to live with that reality. Tonight, release the outcomes you can't control. Release the choices other people are making. Release the need to influence every decision that might affect you. You can make your own choices. You can live your own life with integrity. You can decide what kind of person you'll be, regardless of what others choose. But you can't make their choices for them. And outcomes that depend on their choices are being handled by them, not by you. So rest while other people make their choices, while they handle what's theirs to handle, while they shape outcomes you can't shape. Rest knowing that not everything is up to you. Some things are being handled by other people's choices, and you can finally let that be true. Night is not just absence. It's not just the time when nothing happens. Night is its own system, its own process, its own way of handling things that daylight can't touch. Some things are being handled by the night. Right now, while you lie here, while darkness surrounds you, the night is working on your behalf in ways you don't recognize or appreciate. Think about what night does. It forces stillness. It creates conditions where your body can finally repair itself. It gives your mind permission to stop performing, stop achieving, stop presenting itself to the world. Night is when the masks come off and the real work of restoration can begin. Some things are being handled by the night. Your exhaustion, daylight can't fix this. Action can't fix this. Trying harder can't fix this. Only night can fix exhaustion. Only darkness and rest and the cessation of activity can restore what activity depleted. Night is handling your exhaustion right now, hour by hour, as you lie here, as your body moves through sleep cycles, as your systems slow down and focus on repair rather than performance. You don't have to do anything. Night is doing it. Night is the system that handles restoration. That processes the wear and tear of being awake. That rebuilds what daylight uses up. Some things are being handled by the night. Your emotional overwhelm during the day. Emotions keep coming. Demands keep arriving. Stimulation continues without pause. You're required to respond, engage, cope with whatever arises. But night creates space. Night says, nothing new right now, nothing requiring immediate response. Just this darkness, just this quiet, just this pause in the constant stream of experience. And in that space, emotions settle, not disappear, not get resolved, just settle, like sediment sinking in water that's finally gone still. Night is handling your emotional overwhelm by creating conditions where settling becomes possible. Some things are being handled by the night. Your memories from today, they're being processed right now. As you sleep, your brain is sorting through everything that happened, deciding what to keep and what to discard, making connections, integrating experiences, moving short-term memories into long-term storage. This is night's work. Day creates memories. Night processes them. Day experiences. Night integrates. Day learns. Night consolidates the learning. You can't do this consciously. You can't manage memory processing through effort. You have to sleep. You have to let night do its work. Some things are being handled by the night. The problems that seemed unsolvable during the day-night has a way of shifting perspective. Not solving problems, but changing how you see them, creating distance, allowing different angles to emerge. How many times have you gone to sleep with a problem and woken up with a solution? Or at least with a different feeling about it? Night did that. Night's darkness and distance handled something your conscious effort couldn't. Some things are being handled by the night. Your body's inflammation during the day. Activity creates inflammation. Movement, stress, digestion, immune responses. All of these generate inflammation as normal byproducts of being active and alive. Night is when your body reduces inflammation, when healing processes accelerate, when repair takes priority over activity. Night is the anti-inflammatory system built into your biology, and it's working right now. You don't have to manage this. You don't have to do anything to make it happen. Night is handling inflammation reduction automatically. Just by being night. Just by creating conditions for repair. Some things are being handled by the night. Your nervous system's overactivation. You've been in fight or flight mode all day, or for days, or weeks. Your sympathetic nervous system has been dominant, keeping you alert, ready, tense. Night is when your parasympathetic nervous system can finally activate fully. When your body can shift from survival mode to restoration mode. When rest and digest can replace fight or flight. This shift is happening right now, as you lie here in darkness, as external demands fade, as your body recognizes that this is safe time, recovery time, nighttime. Some things are being handled by the night. The day's stress hormones, cortisol, adrenaline, all the chemicals of stress that flooded your system today. Night is metabolizing them, breaking them down, clearing them from your system. This is biological processing. Your liver is working. Your kidneys are filtering. Your body is eliminating what it needed during the day but doesn't need at night. Night is handling the biochemical aftermath of being awake and active. Some things are being handled by the night. Your creativity during the day. Your conscious mind is in control. Logic, planning, sequential thinking. But night loosens that control, allows associations to form more freely, lets your unconscious mind work without the conscious mind's supervision. Some of the best creative insights come at night, or in the morning after a night's sleep, because night handled the creative processing, made connections the day mind couldn't make. Some things are being handled by the night, and your job is not to help night do its work. Your job is to surrender to night, to let darkness be darkness, to let stillness be stillness, to let these hours do what they're designed to do without your interference. Night doesn't need your conscious participation. Night needs your absence, your willingness to step back, your trust that something important is happening, even though you're not actively doing anything. Some things are being handled by the night, right now, in this darkness, in this quiet, in these hours when the world slows down and allows for processing that doesn't happen in daylight. Your body is repairing. Your mind is consolidating. Your emotions are settling. Your stress is being metabolized. Your nervous system is shifting. Your memories are being processed. All of this is happening because it's night, because darkness has fallen, because these are the hours designated for restoration. Some things are being handled by the night. Trust this. Rest in this. Let night do its work while you simply receive the gift of these dark hours. Night is handling what daylight couldn't handle, and you can finally rest, knowing that night is not empty. Night is full of invisible work, full of silent processing, full of restoration happening while you let go. Some things are being handled by the night. Let night handle them and rest. Finally, deeply, completely rest. 19. Stillness is often a sign of completion. You've been mistaking stillness for stuckness, quiet for problems, lack of movement for lack of progress. But sometimes stillness means something very different. Sometimes stillness is not a problem to solve. It's a sign that something has finished, that something has completed itself, that there's no movement because movement is no longer needed. Stillness is often a sign of completion, not of failure, not of being stuck, but of being done, of having arrived, of reaching a natural ending point where further action isn't required. Think about a pond. When water is turbulent, when it's being stirred and agitated, you can see all the sediment. Everything is cloudy. Everything is mixed up and unclear. But when water goes still, when movement stops, the sediment settles, the water clears. You can see through to the bottom. The stillness isn't a problem. The stillness is what allows clarity to emerge. Some situations in your life are like that pond. They've been turbulent for a long time, stirred up, agitated, full of movement and action and effort. And now they've gone still, and you're interpreting that stillness as a problem, as something stuck, as something that needs more action, more effort, more stirring up. But maybe the stillness is the completion. Stillness is often a sign of completion. Your relationship with your ex-spouse there was so much turbulence for years. Conflict, argument, painful negotiation, back and forth, high emotion, constant movement, and now it's still. You barely interact. When you do, it's calm, cordial, brief. There's no energy there anymore, no charge, no intensity, and part of you worries about this stillness. Wonders if something should be happening, if you should reach out, if you should try to create some kind of closure or resolution. But maybe the stillness is the completion. Maybe the relationship has finished processing. Maybe all the turbulence was the work of reaching this still point. And now that you're here, there's nothing left to do. The stillness isn't a problem. It's the answer. It's what happens when something is finally, fully done. Stillness is often a sign of completion. That project you started years ago and haven't touched in months, you feel guilty about it. You think you should get back to it. You think the stillness means you failed to finish. But maybe the stillness means it's complete. Not in the way you originally imagined, but complete in that you got from it what you needed to get from it. You learned what it had to teach you. It served its purpose. And now it's done. The stillness isn't abandonment. It's arrival. You've arrived at the natural ending point for that project, even though it doesn't look like the ending you planned. Stillness is often a sign of completion. Your grief over your father's death for years, it was active, moving, painful, present in almost every thought. You carried it everywhere. It shaped every day. And now, years later, it's still. You don't think about it constantly anymore. You don't cry as often. The grief is quiet, settled, no longer actively processing. And sometimes you wonder if this means you've forgotten him. If the stillness means you've moved on in some way that's wrong. But maybe the stillness is the completion. Maybe grief's job is to be active and turbulent until the loss is integrated, and then to go still. Not to disappear, but to settle into a quiet, permanent place inside you. The stillness of your grief isn't forgetting. It's completion. It's grief having done its work, having processed the loss, having found its place. And now it can be still because there's no more processing left to do. Stillness is often a sign of completion. Your ambition there was a time when you were driven, constantly working, constantly striving, constantly reaching for more, better, higher, further. And now you're not. The drive has quieted. The ambition has settled. You're more content to be where you are. And sometimes you worry this means you've given up, that you've lost your edge, that the stillness means you're not trying anymore. But maybe the stillness is the completion. Maybe you've achieved what you needed to achieve. Maybe you've proven what you needed to prove. Maybe you've arrived at a place where striving isn't necessary anymore. Stillness is often a sign of completion. That question you used to wrestle with about your life's purpose, you spent years actively seeking the answer, reading books, taking courses, trying different paths, constantly moving towards some clarity. And now the question is quiet. You don't think about it much anymore. You live your life without constantly seeking its meaning. There's a stillness where there used to be searching. And sometimes you wonder if this means you've given up on having purpose. If the stillness means you've stopped growing. But maybe the stillness is the completion. Maybe the answer isn't something you find through searching. Maybe the answer is what emerges when the searching stops. Stillness is often a sign of completion. And tonight, you can look at the still places in your life and ask, what if these aren't stuck? What if these aren't problems? What if these are simply complete? What if the turbulence was the processing and the stillness is the arrival? What if everything that needed to happen has happened? And now there's quiet because there's nothing left to do. Not every stillness needs to be disturbed. Not every quiet place needs action. Not every lack of movement means something's wrong. Sometimes stillness just means this is done now. This has reached its natural ending. This is complete. Stillness is often a sign of completion. Let the still places be still. Let the quiet places be quiet. Let completion look like completion, even when it doesn't look like what you expected. Some things are complete, and the sign of their completion is that they've gone still, not stuck, not failed, not abandoned, just complete, just finished, just done. And tonight, you can be still too. Not because you're stuck, not because something's wrong, but because you're complete for today, because there's nothing left to do tonight. The stillness you feel isn't a problem. It's arrival, it's rest, it's completion, and you can finally just be still. Because stillness is often a sign of completion. And right now, you are complete. You are done. You are still. And that is exactly right. You've been lying here trying to figure out how things will work out, how problems will be solved, how situations will resolve, what the mechanism will be, what the process will look like. As if understanding how something will be handled is a requirement for letting it be handled. But it's not. You don't need to understand how it's being handled. You just need to trust that it is. Some things are being handled right now in ways you can't see, can't predict, can't comprehend. And your inability to understand the process doesn't mean the process isn't happening. Think about your body. Do you understand how your immune system fights off infection? Do you know the specific biochemical processes involved in healing a wound? Do you comprehend the complex mechanisms that regulate your heartbeat, your digestion, your cellular repair? No. Most people don't. And yet these processes happen perfectly well without your understanding. Your body handles these things, whether you comprehend how or not. You don't need to understand how it's being handled. You just need to let your body do its work. The same is true for life. There are situations being handled right now through processes you can't see, through mechanisms you don't understand, through pathways that are completely invisible to you. And your not understanding doesn't stop the handling. It just makes you anxious about whether handling is happening at all. You don't need to understand how your child will find their way. You don't need to comprehend the specific steps that will lead them to clarity about their path. You don't need to map out the process by which they'll mature and grow and figure things out. You just need to trust that they will, through processes that are theirs, not yours, through experiences you can't predict, through lessons that will come in their own time and their own way. You don't need to understand how it's being handled. You just need to trust that it is. You don't need to understand how your financial situation will stabilize. You don't need to know the specific sequence of events that will improve your circumstances. You don't need to comprehend every economic force at play. You just need to keep making responsible choices and trust that outcomes will unfold through processes larger than your understanding. You don't need to understand how time will heal your grief. You don't need to comprehend the neurological and psychological mechanisms involved in processing loss. You don't need to map out the stages or predict the timeline. You just need to let time do its work, through processes that are natural and automatic and don't require your comprehension. You don't need to understand how it's being handled. This is one of the hardest things to accept, because we've been taught that understanding equals control. That if we can comprehend how something works, we can influence it, manage it, ensure it happens the way we want. But most of what happens in life happens through processes beyond your comprehension. And those processes work whether you understand them or not. You don't understand how seeds become trees. Not really. Not at the level of cellular biology and genetic expression and environmental interaction. But seeds become trees anyway. The process handles itself without requiring your understanding. You don't understand how love grows between people. Not fully. Not in a way you could explain or replicate or control. But love grows anyway, through mysterious processes that don't need your comprehension. You don't need to understand how it's being handled. You just need to stop demanding understanding as a prerequisite for trust. Tonight, there are things being handled in your life through processes you can't see, through mechanisms you don't comprehend, through ways that are completely beyond your understanding. And that's okay. That's actually perfect. Because if everything could only be handled through processes you understood, then nothing could be handled beyond your limited comprehension. But life is bigger than your understanding. Life handles things through forces and processes and mechanisms that your human mind wasn't designed to fully comprehend. And that's a relief. That's freedom. That means things can be handled even when you have no idea how. You don't need to understand how it's being handled. You just need to let go of the demand for understanding. Let go of the belief that comprehension is necessary. Let go of the requirement that you know how before you can trust that it is. Some things are being handled right now. You don't know how. You can't see the process. You don't understand the mechanism. And you don't need to. You just need to rest. Trust. Let it be handled without your understanding, without your supervision, without your need to comprehend every detail. You don't need to understand how it's being handled. You just need to know that it is. And tonight, that's enough. More than enough. So rest, without understanding, without needing to know how. Just trusting that what needs handling is being handled through processes beyond your comprehension in ways you don't need to understand. You don't need to understand how it's being handled. You just need to sleep and let the handling happen, however it happens. In whatever mysterious way it needs to happen, without your understanding, without your help, without anything from you except trust and rest. Finally, rest. There's a role you've been playing for so long that you've forgotten it's a role. You've been acting as if you're the final authority, the one who decides, the one who determines outcomes, the one whose approval or disapproval shapes what happens next. But tonight, you're not. You are not the final authority on any outcome tonight. Not on your children's lives, not on your spouse's decisions, not on your friends' choices, not on your health, not on your finances. Not on anything happening in the world beyond this bed. You're not the judge who makes the final ruling. You're not the guardian who keeps everything safe. You're not the overseer whose constant attention determines whether things go well or badly. You are not the final authority on any outcome tonight. And this is not a demotion. This is not a loss of power or significance or value. This is simply the truth, a truth that's always been true, but one you've been resisting for years. Think about what being the final authority would actually require. It would require omniscience, knowing everything about every situation. It would require omnipotence, having the power to control all variables and all people. It would require omnipresence, being everywhere at once, to monitor and manage everything. You don't have any of these capacities. No human does. And yet you've been trying to be the final authority anyway. Trying to know everything, control everything, oversee everything. As if your vigilance is what keeps the world spinning. But it's not. The world spins without your authority. Outcomes unfold without your approval. Life continues whether you're judging it or not. You are not the final authority on any outcome tonight. Your son's marriage will be whatever it's going to be, regardless of your opinion about it. Your daughter's career will unfold according to her choices and circumstances far beyond your control. Your grandchildren will grow up shaped by forces you can't direct. And this is how it's supposed to be. You were never meant to be the final authority on other people's lives. You were never meant to be the judge who determines whether their choices are right or wrong, wise or foolish, good enough or insufficient. You can have opinions. You can offer perspective when asked. But you're not the final authority. Your judgment doesn't determine outcomes. Your approval doesn't make things successful. Your disapproval doesn't make things fail. You are not the final authority on any outcome tonight. The economy will move in whatever direction it moves. Markets will respond to forces far larger than your individual decisions. Global events will unfold according to factors you can't influence or control. And even in your own life, in your own body, your own circumstances, you're not the final authority. Biology has its own authority. Time has its own authority. Chance and circumstance and the accumulated effects of countless small factors all have authority that supersedes yours. You can make choices. You can take actions. You can influence things within your limited sphere. But you're not the final authority on outcomes. You're a participant, not the judge. This is important to understand tonight, because you've been lying here reviewing everything as if you're the one who gets to make the final determination. As if you need to judge whether things are acceptable, whether people are doing well enough, whether outcomes meet your standards. But that's not your role, especially not tonight. Tonight, you're not judging anything. You're not determining anything. You're not the final authority on anything. You are not the final authority on any outcome tonight. Your body will heal or not heal according to its own biological processes. Your relationships will develop according to the choices of everyone involved, not just your wishes about how they should be. Your life will continue unfolding in ways that surprise you, challenge you, exceed your ability to control. And this is okay. This is more than okay. This is freedom. Because if you're not the final authority, then you don't have to carry the weight of being the final authority. You don't have to know everything, control everything, determine everything. You can just be a person, a tired person, a person who has done what they could today and now needs to rest. A person who doesn't have to judge or determine or oversee anything until tomorrow. You are not the final authority on any outcome tonight. So stop acting like you are. Stop reviewing everything as if your judgment determines whether it's acceptable. Stop monitoring everything as if your oversight keeps it functioning. Stop holding everything as if your grip determines whether it succeeds or fails. You're not the judge. You're not the guardian. You're not the final authority. And tonight, that's the most liberating truth you could possibly know. Because if you're not the final authority, then nothing requires your judgment tonight. Nothing needs your approval. Nothing is waiting for your determination before it can proceed. Everything will continue without your authority, and you can finally rest. Not as the judge who's taking a break from judging, but as a person who never needed to be the judge in the first place. You are not the final authority on any outcome tonight. Let someone else, life, time, biology, circumstance, other people's choices be the authority. Let outcomes unfold without your oversight. Let everything proceed without your judgment. And just rest. Not as the final authority taking a night off, but as a person who never was the final authority and doesn't need to be, tonight or any night. You are not the final authority on any outcome tonight. And that means you can finally stop trying to be and sleep. You're doing it right now, mentally reviewing everything. Going through the list one more time, checking to make sure nothing was forgotten, nothing was missed, nothing needs one more look before you can allow yourself to sleep. But nothing requires a final check before sleep. Not one single thing. This habit, this compulsive checking, this need to review everything, one last time it feels responsible. It feels like you're being thorough, careful, diligent, but it's not helping anything. It's just keeping you awake. Nothing requires a final check before sleep. The doors are locked or they're not, and checking them again in your mind doesn't change their status. Your children are safe or they're handling their own lives, and reviewing their situations doesn't add to their safety. Your work is done for the day, or it will continue tomorrow, and mentally reviewing it doesn't accomplish anything. Think about what a final check actually assumes. It assumes that something might have been missed, that your earlier attention wasn't sufficient, that you need to verify one more time to be absolutely certain everything is as it should be. But this assumption is false. You already checked. You already paid attention. You already did what needed doing. And checking again, especially mentally while lying in bed, doesn't add certainty. It just adds anxiety. Nothing requires a final check before sleep. Your finances are what they are. Reviewing the numbers in your head doesn't change them. Your health is what it is. Checking symptoms mentally doesn't diagnose or heal anything. Your relationships are in whatever state they're in. Reviewing conversations doesn't change what was said or what it meant. The final check is an illusion of control. It makes you feel like you're managing things, overseeing things, ensuring things are handled properly. But you're not doing any of that. You're just rehearsing worry. You're just giving your mind permission to stay activated when it needs to rest. Nothing requires a final check before sleep. The things that matter will still matter in the morning. The things that need attention will still need attention tomorrow. The things that are done, and the things that are undone will still be undone, whether you check them mentally or not. Your mind wants to check because checking feels productive. It feels like you're doing something, but you're not. You're just preventing yourself from sleeping by pretending there's one more thing that needs verification. Nothing requires a final check before sleep. Your schedule for tomorrow is set or it isn't, and mentally reviewing it doesn't make it more set. Your responsibilities are clear, or they need clarification, and thinking about them in bed doesn't provide that clarity. Your worries are real or they're exaggerated, and checking them one more time doesn't help you distinguish between the two. The final check is a trap. It seems like it will bring closure, like once you've verified everything one last time, you'll be able to rest. But it doesn't work that way, because there's always something else to check, always one more detail to verify. Always another concern that could use just one more moment of attention. The final check never ends because it's not actually about checking. It's about staying in control. And you can't be in control while you're sleeping. So your mind invents reasons why you need to stay awake just a little longer. Just one more check. Just one more review. Just to be sure. But you don't need to be sure. Not tonight. Nothing is so urgent, so critical, so important that it requires verification at midnight, at 1 in the morning, at 2. Nothing requires a final check before sleep. The stove is off or it isn't. And if it isn't, thinking about it doesn't turn it off. Your email was sent or it wasn't. And reviewing it mentally doesn't change what was written. Your conversation went well or it didn't. And replaying it doesn't alter what happened. You need to trust that what you did during the day was sufficient, that your earlier attention was enough, that you don't need to verify everything one final time before you're allowed to rest. This is hard because you've been doing the final check for so long. It's become automatic. Lie down, and immediately the mind starts its review. Did I do this? Did I forget that? Should I have handled this differently? What about that thing I was supposed to remember? But tonight, you can interrupt this pattern. You can notice the final check beginning and simply refuse to participate, not by fighting it, not by forcing it to stop, but by recognizing it for what it is, a habit, not a necessity. Nothing requires a final check before sleep. Your children are wherever they are, doing whatever they're doing, and your mental review doesn't add to their well-being. Your parent is in whatever condition they're in, and checking on them mentally doesn't change their situation. Your work will be there tomorrow exactly as you left it, whether you review it tonight or not. The final check is based on a false premise that something might be wrong, and checking will either fix it or give you peace about it. But neither happens. If something is actually wrong, checking mentally doesn't fix it. And if nothing is wrong, checking doesn't give you peace. It just finds something else to worry about. Nothing requires a final check before sleep. You've done what you could do today. You've paid attention to what needed attention. You've handled what needed handling. And now it's time to stop checking and start resting. This means trusting. Trusting that if something was truly urgent, you would have noticed during the day. Trusting that what you've done is sufficient. Trusting that tomorrow will bring its own clarity about what needs attention and what doesn't. Nothing requires a final check before sleep. No verification, no review, no mental audit of the day's actions and decisions. No comparison against some imagined standard of completeness. Just sleep, without checking, without verifying, without reviewing, without ensuring one last time that everything is as it should be, because everything is as it is. And checking doesn't change that. And sleep is what you need now, more than any false sense of control that checking might provide. Nothing requires a final check before sleep. Let that be true. Let the checking stop. Let the reviewing end. Let the verification wait until morning when it might actually serve some purpose. Tonight, there's no final check. There's only this breath, darkness, bed, rest. Nothing more is required. Nothing needs checking. Nothing demands one last look. Just sleep. without the final check. Because nothing requires it. Nothing ever did. You're afraid that if you stop thinking about something, it will somehow become unhandled. That what's been taken care of will unravel. That what's been managed will fall apart. That what's been resolved will revert back to being a problem. But that's not how reality works. What has been handled will remain handled overnight. The bill you paid doesn't become unpaid while you sleep. The email you sent doesn't unsend itself because you're not thinking about it. The conversation you had doesn't unhappen. The decision you made doesn't unmake itself. What's done stays done. What's handled stays handled. And your thinking about it or not thinking about it doesn't change this basic fact. What has been handled will remain handled overnight. This seems obvious when stated plainly, but your mind doesn't believe it. Your mind acts as if your constant attention is what keeps things handled. As if the moment you stop thinking about something, it might spontaneously become unhandled. But this is magical thinking. It's treating your thoughts as if they have the power to hold reality in place. As if things stay fixed only because you're mentally gripping them. Think about all the things you've handled in your life that have stayed handled without your constant attention. You learned to read as a child. You don't have to review reading every night to ensure you'll still know how to read tomorrow. You handled learning to read, and it remains handled. You established your home. You don't have to mentally verify every night that your home still exists, that the walls are still standing, that the roof is still intact. You handled creating your home, and it remains handled. You built relationships. You don't have to review every conversation, every shared experience, every moment of connection to keep those relationships existing. They exist. They remain what they are. Whether you're thinking about them or not, what has been handled will remain handled overnight. The arrangements you made for tomorrow don't disappear while you sleep. The plans you set in motion continue moving forward. The systems you put in place keep functioning. Your mind wants to believe that its constant vigilance is necessary, that without your ongoing attention, everything you've handled will somehow unravel. But this gives your mind far too much credit and reality far too little stability. Reality is stable. What's done remains done. What's handled remains handled, independent of your mental attention. What has been handled will remain handled overnight. The apology you made doesn't become unmade. The boundary you set doesn't collapse. The task you completed doesn't become uncompleted. The choice you made doesn't reverse itself. You can stop holding on to these things. Stop mentally gripping them to keep them in place. They'll stay in place on their own, because that's how handled things work. They stay handled. This fear, this belief that things will unravel without your constant attention, it comes from a deep place. Maybe from childhood experiences where things weren't stable, where what seemed handled could indeed fall apart, where security was fragile and required constant vigilance. But you're not in that situation anymore. The things you've handled as an adult have a solidity that your worried mind doesn't credit. They don't depend on your mental grip to stay handled. What has been handled will remain handled overnight. The doctor's appointment you scheduled will still be scheduled. The insurance you bought will still provide coverage. The locks you checked will still be locked. The person you apologized to will still have received that apology. Nothing reverses itself just because you stopped thinking about it. Nothing becomes unhandled just because you're asleep. Your mind treats sleep as dangerous, as if closing your eyes means losing control of everything you've worked to keep in place. But sleep doesn't undo anything. Sleep doesn't unhandle what's been handled. Sleep is just rest, just restoration, just your body and mind doing what they need to do. What has been handled will remain handled overnight. This is one of the most important truths you can internalize, because if you truly believed this, you could sleep without fear. You could let go without anxiety. You could stop mentally holding everything in place and trust that things hold themselves in place. The world is more stable than your anxious mind believes. Reality has inertia. What's been set in motion continues in motion. What's been handled continues being handled. Not because you're thinking about it, but because that's the nature of handled things. What has been handled will remain handled overnight. You don't need to review it. You don't need to verify it. You don't need to mentally grip it to keep it from unraveling. It will be exactly as you left it when you wake up in the morning. And if something does change, if some situation does shift, or some new information does arrive, it won't be because you stopped thinking about it. It will be because circumstances changed, not because your mental attention lapsed. You're not the force holding everything together. You're not the power keeping handled things handled. They handle themselves. They stay done on their own. They exist independent of your worried supervision. What has been handled will remain handled overnight. So you can let it go. You can stop gripping. You can stop monitoring. You can stop mentally verifying that everything's still in place. It is in place. It will stay in place. And you can finally sleep without fear that your rest will somehow cause everything you've built to collapse. What has been handled will remain handled overnight. Trust this. Believe this. Let this truth release you from the exhausting belief that your constant attention is what keeps your life intact. Your life is intact. What's handled is handled, and it will all be there tomorrow, exactly as you left it, waiting patiently for you to return to it rested. What has been handled will remain handled overnight, and tonight you can rest in that certainty. Finally, fully rest. You can feel it right now. The tension in your shoulders, the tightness in your jaw, the vigilance in your entire body. You're not just mentally awake. Your body is on alert, and your body is on alert because you're monitoring, checking, scanning, staying vigilant for problems, for dangers, for things that might need your attention. But the body relaxes when monitoring ends. This is biological fact. Your nervous system has two modes: sympathetic alert, active, ready to respond, and parasympathetic relaxed, restorative, at ease. And you can't access the parasympathetic state while you're actively monitoring everything. The monitoring keeps you activated, keeps your body tense, keeps your nervous system in the wrong mode for sleep. The body relaxes when monitoring ends, not when problems are solved, not when everything is perfect, not when you've verified that nothing's wrong, but when monitoring itself stops. Think about your shoulders right now. Are they tense, raised slightly, holding invisible weight? This tension isn't because you're physically lifting something. This tension is because you're mentally monitoring everything. And your body mirrors your mental state. When your mind is scanning for problems, your body prepares to respond to problems. Muscles tighten, heart rate increases slightly, breathing becomes more shallow. You're in a low-grade state of activation. Not full panic, but not rest either. Just constant readiness. And you can't sleep from readiness. Sleep requires the opposite. Sleep requires your body to feel safe enough to stand down, to release the tension, to shift from monitoring mode to resting mode. The body relaxes when monitoring ends. This is why you can do everything: right dark room, comfortable bed, proper temperature, and still not sleep. Because your body isn't responding to external conditions. It's responding to your internal state. And if you're still monitoring, your body stays alert regardless of how comfortable the bed is. What are you monitoring right now? Are you listening for sounds that might indicate a problem? Are you mentally checking on people to make sure they're okay? Are you scanning your body for symptoms? Are you reviewing your day for mistakes? Are you monitoring your own thoughts to make sure you're not missing something important? All of this is monitoring, and all of it keeps your body activated. The body relaxes when monitoring ends, not gradually, not eventually, but immediately. Your body is designed to shift from activation to relaxation the moment monitoring stops. It's waiting for permission, waiting for the signal that says, "Nothing needs watching right now. It's safe to stand down." But you haven't given that signal. You're still monitoring, still scanning, still staying vigilant. And as long as you continue, your body will stay tense, because your body trusts your assessment of danger. If you're acting like something needs watching, your body assumes something needs watching. You have to stop monitoring before your body can relax, not the other way around. You can't wait to feel relaxed before you stop monitoring. The relaxation comes after the monitoring stops, not before. The body relaxes when monitoring ends. So, how do you end monitoring? How do you stop the constant scanning, the perpetual vigilance, the endless checking? You make a conscious decision. You notice the monitoring, and you deliberately redirect your attention away from it, not by forcing it to stop, but by choosing to place your attention elsewhere. Instead of monitoring thoughts, you notice breath. Instead of scanning for problems, you feel the bed beneath you. Instead of checking on everyone and everything, you simply exist here, in this body, in this moment. The body relaxes when monitoring ends, and when your body relaxes, everything else becomes easier. Your mind quiets. Your breathing deepens. Your thoughts slow down. Not because you forced any of this, but because your body shifted from one mode to another, from monitoring mode to resting mode, from vigilance to trust, from constant activation to peaceful restoration. You've been monitoring for so long that it feels necessary. It feels like if you stop monitoring, something bad will happen. Some problem will go unnoticed. Some danger will slip through. But what actually happens when you stop monitoring? Your body relaxes. Your nervous system shifts. Your muscles release tension they've been holding for hours, maybe days. And nothing bad happens. Nothing goes wrong. Everything continues exactly as it was. But you're no longer carrying the physical burden of constant vigilance. The body relaxes when monitoring ends. This is your body's natural state. Relaxation is not something you have to achieve or create. It's what happens automatically when you remove the one thing preventing it. Monitoring. Tonight, you can experiment with this. Notice when you're monitoring. Notice the scanning, the checking, the vigilance, and then, just for a moment, stop. Don't monitor anything. Don't check anything. Don't scan for problems. Just be here, in your body, breathing, existing, not watching for anything, not listening for anything, not checking on anything. And feel what happens. Feel your shoulders drop slightly. Feel your jaw unclench. Feel your breath deepen just a bit. Feel your body beginning the shift from monitoring to resting. The body relaxes when monitoring ends, and you have the power to end monitoring right now. Not by solving every problem, not by ensuring everything is perfect, but simply by choosing to stop watching, stop checking, stop staying vigilant. Your body will do the rest. It knows how to relax. It's been waiting for permission, waiting for you to signal that monitoring is no longer necessary, that it's safe to stand down, that nothing needs watching right now. Give your body that signal tonight. Stop monitoring and feel the relief as your body finally relaxes. Because the body relaxes when monitoring ends, and tonight you can let monitoring end. There's a weight you've been carrying that you might not even recognize as weight anymore. It's so familiar, so constant, that it feels like part of who you are. It's the sense of oversight, the feeling that you need to watch over everything, that you're responsible for keeping an eye on how things are going, that your attention is what keeps everything functioning properly. But you can let the sense of oversight dissolve. You don't have to watch over everything. You don't have to keep track of how everyone is doing. You don't have to maintain constant awareness of all the moving parts of your life. The sense of oversight is exhausting. It requires constant vigilance, constant awareness, constant mental energy spent tracking, monitoring, checking in on everything and everyone that matters to you. And you've been doing this for so long, decades, probably. Watching over your children when they were young because they genuinely needed oversight. Watching over your work because your livelihood depended on things being done right. Watching over your household because someone had to keep things running. But what started as necessary, oversight, has become habitual oversight. You're still watching over things that no longer need watching. Still keeping track of people who are keeping track of themselves. Still monitoring situations that are handling themselves just fine without your attention. You can let the sense of oversight dissolve. This doesn't mean you stop caring. This doesn't mean you become disconnected or uninvolved. This means you stop treating yourself as the supervisor of everything and everyone in your orbit. Think about what oversight actually requires. It requires you to hold a position above or outside of your own life, to watch yourself and others from a distance, to constantly evaluate whether things are going as they should, to maintain an internal checklist of what needs watching and checking that list constantly. This is exhausting, and it's unnecessary. Because most things don't need oversight. They're either handling themselves or they're being overseen by the people actually responsible for them. Or they're situations where oversight doesn't actually change anything anyway. You can let the sense of oversight dissolve. Your adult children don't need your oversight. They're living their own lives, making their own choices. And whether you're watching over them or not doesn't change what they're doing or how they're doing it. Your spouse doesn't need your oversight. They're a whole person with their own capacity to manage their life. Your watching over them doesn't help them. It just adds a layer of your anxiety to whatever they're already dealing with. Your health doesn't need constant oversight. Your body is managing itself. Yes, you should pay attention to symptoms and seek help when needed. But the constant monitoring, the persistent checking, the endless oversight of every sensation, this doesn't improve your health. It just increases your anxiety about it. You can let the sense of oversight dissolve. Notice how much energy you're spending right now just maintaining awareness of everything. You're tracking your breathing. You're monitoring your thoughts. You're checking in mentally on various people and situations. You're keeping a running tally of what might need attention tomorrow. All of this is oversight, and none of it is helping you rest. The sense of oversight keeps you in a position of responsibility that you can't actually fulfill while lying in bed trying to sleep. You can't do anything about any of the things you're overseeing right now. You can't change anything. You can't fix anything. You can't improve anything. You can only worry about it. So what's the point of maintaining oversight? What purpose does it serve except to keep you feeling like you're in control, like you're being responsible, like you're doing your job as the person who watches over everything? You can let the sense of oversight dissolve. Imagine what it would feel like to not be watching over anything, to not be tracking anyone, to not be maintaining awareness of all the different aspects of your life that might need attention. Imagine just being here, in your body, in this bed, without the weight of oversight, without the responsibility of watching, without the constant awareness of everything that might need checking on. This might feel scary at first, because oversight has been your way of feeling secure, of believing you have some control, of convincing yourself that your attention matters, that your watching makes a difference. But does it really? When you watch over your adult child, does it change their life? When you monitor your health constantly, does it make you healthier? When you keep track of everything that might go wrong, does it prevent anything from going wrong? No, oversight doesn't give you control. It just gives you the illusion of control. It makes you feel like you're doing something, when actually you're just exhausting yourself with constant mental vigilance. You can let the sense of oversight dissolve. Tonight, right now, you can stop watching, stop tracking, stop monitoring, stop keeping tabs on everything and everyone. Not forever. Not as a permanent abandonment of appropriate attention, but just for tonight. Just for these hours when you need to sleep. Just long enough for your mind and body to rest. Everything you're overseeing will be fine without your oversight for one night. Everything will continue. People will handle their own lives. Situations will unfold according to their own momentum. And nothing will collapse just because you stopped watching. You can let the sense of oversight dissolve. Feel what happens when you do. Feel the weight lifting. Feel the mental space opening up. Feel the exhaustion that comes from constant vigilance beginning to ease. Let your attention come back to just this, your body, your breath, this moment. Not watching over this moment, not monitoring how well you're resting, not overseeing the process of falling asleep, just being here, without oversight, without watching, without the sense that you need to keep track of anything. The sense of oversight can dissolve, like tension releasing from a muscle, like a clenched fist opening, like a heavy coat slipping off your shoulders. It can dissolve, and when it does, what remains is just you, here, now, without the weight of watching over everything. You can let the sense of oversight dissolve. You don't have to watch. You don't have to track. You don't have to monitor. You don't have to keep anything in your awareness except the simple fact of breathing, of lying here, of existing in this moment, without oversight, without vigilance, without the constant sense that you need to be watching over everything. Let it dissolve. Let the oversight end. Let the watching stop. And in that dissolution, finally, find space for rest. Real rest. The kind that comes only when you stop being the overseer and become simply a person who is sleeping. You can let the sense of oversight dissolve. And tonight, you can, right now, just let it go and feel what remains when oversight finally ends. You're treating sleep as if it's an interruption, as if closing your eyes means abandoning important processes that need your conscious attention to continue. But sleep does not interrupt any process that matters. Every important process in your life will continue while you sleep, uninterrupted, undisturbed, proceeding exactly as it needs to proceed. Your body's healing it doesn't stop when you sleep. It accelerates. Sleep is when your body does its most important repair work. When you sleep, you're not interrupting healing. You're facilitating it. Your relationships, they don't deteriorate during the 8 hours you're unconscious. They continue existing exactly as they were. The people you love don't need your waking attention every moment for the relationship to remain intact. Sleep doesn't interrupt connection. It restores your capacity for connection. Your work, whatever you've set in motion, whatever projects are underway, whatever responsibilities you carry, none of these are interrupted by your sleep. They continue in whatever state you left them. They'll be there tomorrow, exactly as you left them, waiting for your return. Sleep does not interrupt any process that matters. This is crucial to understand, because you've been treating sleep as if it's dangerous, as if closing your eyes means losing control of everything that's important, as if the world will somehow fall apart during the hours you're not conscious to supervise it. But the world has been falling asleep and waking up for billions of years. Every human being sleeps. And yet, important processes continue. Life continues. Everything that matters keeps moving forward, completely uninterrupted by the fact that you're sleeping. Think about what you're afraid will be interrupted. Are you afraid your child will need you and you won't be available? They'll either handle it themselves or wait until morning. Sleep doesn't interrupt your ability to be there for them. It ensures you'll be capable of being there for them tomorrow. Are you afraid your body will worsen while you sleep? The opposite is true. Your body heals while you sleep. Every moment you resist sleep, you're interrupting the healing process, not the other way around. Are you afraid you'll miss something important if something is truly urgent? You'll wake up. Your body has mechanisms for this. Sleep is not a coma. You're not completely unavailable. You're just resting. And anything that genuinely needs your immediate attention will interrupt your sleep naturally. Sleep does not interrupt any process that matters. In fact, most processes that matter require sleep to function properly. Your immune system needs sleep. Your cognitive function needs sleep. Your emotional regulation needs sleep. Your physical restoration needs sleep. By staying awake, you're interrupting all of these processes. By sleeping, you're allowing them to continue as they're meant to. Your mind has this backwards. It thinks staying awake keeps important processes going, but staying awake is what interrupts them. Sleep is what allows them to continue. Sleep does not interrupt any process that matters. Your children's lives continue while you sleep. They're living, growing, experiencing, learning. Your sleep doesn't interrupt their development. Your exhaustion does. Because exhausted parents can't be as present, as patient, as engaged as rested parents. Your work continues in whatever way it continues. Projects move forward according to timelines. Emails arrive and wait for responses. Tasks remain on lists. Sleep doesn't interrupt any of this. It simply pauses your active engagement with it. And that pause is necessary for you to engage effectively tomorrow. Your health continues its own trajectory while you sleep. Your body follows its biological programming. Your aging continues. Your healing continues. Your cellular processes continue, all without your conscious involvement. Sleep doesn't interrupt any of this. Sleep supports all of this. Sleep does not interrupt any process that matters. This is one of the most important truths you need to internalize tonight. Because if you truly believed this, you wouldn't be lying here resisting sleep. You wouldn't be treating sleep as if it's a threat to everything important. You'd recognize sleep for what it actually is, a necessary process that supports every other process in your life. Not an interruption, a foundation, not a pause, a continuation of life in a different mode. Everything that matters continues while you sleep. Your heart keeps beating. Your lungs keep breathing. Your brain keeps processing. Your body keeps healing. Your life keeps existing. Your relationships keep being real. Your responsibilities keep being your responsibilities. Your purpose keeps being your purpose. None of this is interrupted by sleep. All of this is supported by sleep. Sleep does not interrupt any process that matters. So you can stop treating sleep as if it's dangerous. Stop treating consciousness as if it's the only state in which important things can happen. Stop believing that you need to stay awake to keep your life intact. Your life stays intact while you sleep. Always has. Always will. Sleep is not an interruption to your life. Sleep is part of your life. A necessary, essential, irreplaceable part. You're not abandoning anything by sleeping. You're not interrupting anything important. You're not putting anything at risk. You're just allowing your body and mind to do what they're designed to do during these hours. Sleep does not interrupt any process that matters. In fact, sleep is one of the processes that matters most. And by resisting it, by treating it as an interruption, you're interrupting the one process that makes all other processes possible. So stop resisting. Stop treating sleep as if it's optional or dangerous or an interruption to what's important. Sleep is what's important. Sleep is the process that cannot be interrupted without serious consequences. Everything else can wait. Everything else will continue. Everything else will be there tomorrow. But sleep is happening now, or it's not happening at all. And if it's not happening, then every other process that matters is being compromised. Sleep does not interrupt any process that matters. Let this truth release you from the fear that's keeping you awake. Let it give you permission to close your eyes without anxiety. Let it allow you to rest without believing you're abandoning something important. You're not abandoning anything. You're supporting everything. Every important process in your life continues, uninterrupted, while you sleep, and you, finally, can rest in that knowledge. Sleep does not interrupt any process that matters, and tonight, sleep itself is the process that matters most. You've been treating yourself as if you're the final approver, the one who needs to sign off on everything, the one whose confirmation is required before things can proceed. But nothing is waiting for your confirmation. Not tonight, not while you're lying here trying to sleep. Nothing needs your approval, your acknowledgement, your official go-ahead. Think about what you're mentally confirming right now. You're reviewing the day, confirming that you did what needed doing. You're checking on plans for tomorrow, confirming that everything is in order. You're thinking about various situations in your life, confirming that they're proceeding acceptably. But none of this needs your confirmation. These things are what they are, whether you confirm them or not. Your mental approval doesn't change anything. Your acknowledgement doesn't make them more real or more valid or more complete. Nothing is waiting for your confirmation. The day is over, whether you approve of how it went or not. Tomorrow's plans are set, whether you confirm them again or not. The situations in your life are unfolding, whether you acknowledge them or not. Your confirmation isn't necessary. It's not required. Nothing is waiting for it. But you've developed this habit of acting as if your confirmation matters, as if things aren't really done until you've mentally signed off on them, as if situations aren't really acceptable until you've reviewed and approved them, as if plans aren't really solid until you've confirmed them one more time. This habit makes you feel important, necessary, like the person whose approval makes things official. But it's an illusion. Things are official whether you confirm them or not. They're complete whether you approve or not. They're proceeding whether you acknowledge them or not. Nothing is waiting for your confirmation. Your son's life choices don't need your approval to be his choices. He's living his life, making his decisions. And whether you confirm that these are acceptable choices or not, doesn't change the fact that they're his choices and he's making them. Your work doesn't need your midnight confirmation that it was done adequately. It's done. It's either sufficient or it's not, based on objective standards, not on your anxious review while lying in bed. Your confirmation doesn't improve the quality of work you already completed. Your health status doesn't need your confirmation. Your body is in whatever state it's in. Your reviewing symptoms and confirming your assessment doesn't diagnose anything. It doesn't heal anything. It just keeps you awake with the illusion that your confirmation matters. Nothing is waiting for your confirmation. This is hard to accept because confirmation feels responsible. It feels like you're being thorough. It feels like you're making sure everything is as it should be. It feels like you're doing your job as the person who keeps track of everything. But confirmation at midnight isn't responsibility. It's anxiety. It's your mind's way of maintaining the illusion of control. It's a compulsion disguised as diligence. Real confirmation happens during the day, when you can actually do something if something needs attention. Real confirmation happens in the moment, when decisions are being made and actions are being taken. Real confirmation matters when it can actually influence outcomes. But midnight confirmation, lying in bed trying to sleep confirmation, that doesn't influence anything. That's just your mind running through its anxious routine, pretending that your mental approval is necessary for the world to keep spinning. Nothing is waiting for your confirmation. The arrangements you made will proceed whether you confirm them again or not. The conversations you had are over, whether you approve of what was said or not. The choices you made are made whether you validate them again or not. You can stop confirming, stop reviewing, stop mentally signing off on everything. Stop treating yourself as if you're the approver whose confirmation makes things official. Because you're not. Things are official without your confirmation. They're real without your approval. They're complete without your final review. Nothing is waiting for your confirmation. Your parents' care situation is what it is. Your grandchildren are being raised how they're being raised. Your finances are in whatever state they're in. Your relationships are however they are. Your health is what it is. None of these things need your confirmation. None of them are waiting for your approval before they can proceed or exist or be real. They already are real. They already are proceeding. They already exist, completely independent of your mental confirmation. Tonight, you can let go of the role of approver. You can stop treating yourself as if your confirmation is necessary for anything. You can recognize that things are happening, have happened, will happen all without needing your sign-off. Nothing is waiting for your confirmation. Not your children's lives, not your spouse's choices, not tomorrow's schedule, not yesterday's decisions, not today's outcomes. Nothing. Everything is proceeding. Everything is existing. Everything is real and valid and complete or incomplete exactly as it is. Without your confirmation, without your approval, without your mental review and sign-off. You can rest without confirming anything. You can sleep without approving anything. You can close your eyes without giving final acknowledgement to every single thing that happened today or might happen tomorrow. Because nothing is waiting for your confirmation. Nothing ever was. You've been giving approval that was never requested and confirmation that was never needed. And tonight, you can stop. You can let things be what they are without your confirmation. You can let life proceed without your approval. You can let everything exist without your mental sign-off. Nothing is waiting for your confirmation. And that means you can finally stop confirming and start resting. Because confirmation isn't required. It never was. And tonight, you can let that be true. You've been holding on, gripping, maintaining your hold on every responsibility, every concern, every burden, and you think you're resting, but you're not. Not really, not deeply, because you're still holding, still gripping, still maintaining responsibility for everything, even while you lie here supposedly resting. Deep rest begins when responsibility fully transfers. Not partially, not mostly, fully, completely. When you release every last bit of responsibility and let it transfer to where it actually belongs. Think about your body right now. There's a surface level of rest. You're lying down. You're not actively doing anything, but there's no deep rest. Because deep rest requires full transfer of responsibility. And you haven't transferred anything. You're still holding it all. You're still responsible in your mind for your children's well-being. You're still responsible for tomorrow's tasks. You're still responsible for managing your health concerns. You're still responsible for maintaining your relationships. You're still responsible for everything you've always been responsible for. Nothing has transferred. You're just lying down while holding everything. That's not rest. That's just exhaustion with your eyes closed. Deep rest begins when responsibility fully transfers. When you actively, deliberately release each responsibility and transfer it to wherever it actually belongs. During these hours of sleep, your children's well-being, that transfers to them. They're adults. They're responsible for their own lives during these hours. You don't have to carry that responsibility while you sleep. Tomorrow's tasks. Those transfer to tomorrow. They don't belong to tonight. Tonight has no tasks. Tomorrow will handle tomorrow's responsibilities. You don't have to carry them now. Your health, that transfers to your body. Your body knows what to do during sleep. It has its own wisdom, its own processes. You don't have to manage your health while you sleep. Your body handles that. Your relationships, those transfer to the people in those relationships. They exist whether you're conscious or not. They'll be there in the morning. You don't have to maintain them actively while you sleep. Deep rest begins when responsibility fully transfers. This is the shift from surface rest to deep rest, from merely lying down to actually allowing restoration, from pretending to rest while still holding everything to genuinely resting, because you've released everything. But you have to actively transfer responsibility. It doesn't happen automatically just because you lie down. Your mind assumes you're still responsible for everything unless you deliberately transfer that responsibility elsewhere. So, right now, one by one, transfer each responsibility you're carrying. Name it. Acknowledge that you're holding it, and deliberately transfer it to where it belongs during these hours. I'm holding responsibility for my daughter's happiness. I transfer that to her. Her happiness is her responsibility during these hours. I'm holding responsibility for tomorrow's meeting. I transfer that to tomorrow. Tomorrow will handle tomorrow's responsibilities. I'm holding responsibility for managing my anxiety. I transfer that to my body. My body knows how to process anxiety during sleep. Feel what happens as you transfer each responsibility. Feel the release. Feel the lightening. Feel something letting go that you didn't even realize you were gripping. Deep rest begins when responsibility fully transfers. Not when you feel calm. Not when everything is resolved. Not when you're sure everything will be okay. But when you've transferred every responsibility you're carrying to where it actually belongs during these hours. Most of what you're carrying doesn't belong to you during sleep. Most of it belongs to other people, to other times, to processes that handle themselves. You've been carrying responsibility for things that don't need your nighttime vigilance, that don't benefit from your wakeful concern. That would proceed exactly the same whether you're holding them or not. Transfer them, give them back, let them rest where they belong while you rest where you belong. Deep rest begins when responsibility fully transfers. And you'll know when transfer is complete because you'll feel it. You'll feel the weight lift. You'll feel your body sink deeper into the bed. You'll feel your breath change. You'll feel something fundamental shift from holding to releasing. That's when deep rest becomes possible. Not before. Not while you're still holding even one responsibility that isn't yours to hold during these hours. Everything you're worried about, everything you're managing, everything you're carrying, all of it can transfer. All of it belongs somewhere else during sleep. And when you release it fully, when you transfer it completely, what remains is just you, here, now, with nothing to hold, nothing to carry, nothing to manage, just rest, deep rest, the kind that only comes when responsibility fully transfers and you're finally completely free to restore yourself. Deep rest begins when responsibility fully transfers. And tonight, you can transfer everything, every single responsibility, completely, fully, holding nothing back. And in that complete transfer, find what you've been seeking all along. Deep rest, real rest, the rest that actually restores you. Deep rest begins when responsibility fully transfers. So, transfer it now, all of it, and let deep rest begin. There's a voice in your head right now telling you that if you fall asleep, you'll be leaving something unattended. Something important will be neglected. Something necessary will go unwatched. But you are not leaving anything unattended. Nothing requires your attention right now. Nothing needs watching. Nothing is being neglected when you close your eyes. Think about what you believe you're attending to by staying awake. Are you attending to your children by worrying about them? No. They're living their lives whether you're awake or not. Your wakefulness doesn't attend to them. It just exhausts you. Are you attending to your health by monitoring every sensation? No. Your body manages itself. Your attention doesn't heal you. Your body heals while you sleep, not while you anxiously monitor symptoms. Are you attending to tomorrow's responsibilities by reviewing them tonight? No. Tomorrow will come whether you mentally rehearse it or not. Your nighttime review doesn't prepare you. Your rest prepares you. You are not leaving anything unattended. Everything that needs attention during the day received it during the day. Everything that needs attention tomorrow will receive it tomorrow. Nothing needs your attention at midnight, at 1 in the morning, at 2. The things that matter are either handling themselves, being handled by others, or waiting patiently for morning when you can actually attend to them effectively. None of them need your exhausted, middle-of-the-night attention. You are not leaving anything unattended. Your home doesn't need attending while you sleep. It stays standing without your consciousness. Your relationships don't need attending every moment. They exist in the hours you're sleeping, just as they exist in the hours you're awake. Your responsibilities don't need attending right now. They're not going anywhere. They'll wait. They've always waited. They'll be there in the morning, ready for your rested attention. This fear, this belief that sleeping means leaving things unattended, it comes from a misunderstanding of what attention actually accomplishes. You think your attention keeps things functioning, that your awareness maintains things, that your vigilance prevents things from falling apart. But things don't fall apart when you sleep. They never have. You've been sleeping your entire life, and the things that matter have continued being attended to either by themselves, by others, or by you when you wake. You are not leaving anything unattended. You're not abandoning anything. You're not neglecting anything. You're just sleeping, like every human being must sleep. Like you've done thousands of times before without anything falling apart. The world knows how to exist without your attention for 8 hours. Your life knows how to continue while you rest. Everything that needs attending either attends to itself or waits patiently for you to return to it. Rested. You are not leaving anything unattended. This is one of the most important truths you need to hear tonight, because this fear, this belief that you can't sleep because something will be left unattended, is keeping you trapped in exhaustion. But it's a false fear, based on a false belief. Nothing is being left unattended when you sleep. Everything continues being exactly as attended to as it needs to be. Let go of the idea that your consciousness is what keeps things attended. Let go of the belief that sleeping means abandoning your responsibilities. Let go of the fear that something will be neglected if you're not awake to watch over it. You are not leaving anything unattended. You're just resting. And rest is not neglect. Rest is not abandonment. Rest is what makes it possible to actually attend to things well when attending is necessary. So sleep, without fear, without guilt, without believing you're leaving anything unattended, because you're not. Nothing is being left. Nothing is being neglected. Everything is exactly as it should be. You are not leaving anything unattended. And tonight, you can finally rest in that truth. We've reached the end, the final truth, the one that brings everything together. For this night, everything is already being handled, not by you, not by your thoughts, not by your worry, not by your vigilance, not by your control, but everything is being handled nonetheless. Your body is being handled by biology. Your breath is being handled by your autonomic nervous system. Your healing is being handled by cellular processes you couldn't manage even if you tried. Your children are being handled by their own lives, their own choices, their own capacity to navigate their own existence. Your relationships are being handled by time, by the people in those relationships, by forces larger than your individual control. Your responsibilities are being handled by waiting patiently until you're rested enough to engage with them. Your tomorrow is being handled by time's steady progression toward dawn. Your concerns are being handled by processes you can't see, but that work nonetheless. For this night, everything is already being handled. You don't need to think about any of it. You don't need to hold any of it. You don't need to manage or control or monitor or oversee any of it. It's all being handled. Right now, while you lie here, everything that needs handling is being handled by whatever needs to handle it by other people, by time, by your body, by circumstances, by life itself. You are not needed for any of it tonight. Your consciousness is not required. Your attention is not necessary. Your worry adds nothing. Your vigilance changes nothing. Your mental involvement helps nothing. For this night, everything is already being handled, and you can finally rest. Not because you've handled everything yourself, not because you've solved everything, not because everything is perfect, but because everything that needs handling is being handled without you. This is the truth that makes sleep possible. Not someday, not eventually, but right now, tonight, this moment, everything is already being handled. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to think anything. You don't have to hold anything. You can just be here, breathing, resting, allowing sleep to come. For this night, everything is already being handled. Let that truth wash over you. Let it sink in. Let it release you from every burden you've been carrying. You don't need to carry anything tonight. Everything is being handled by life, by time, by other people, by processes beyond your control and beyond your responsibility. For this night, everything is already being handled, and you can rest deeply, completely, peacefully, without holding anything, without thinking anything, without keeping anything. Just rest, because everything is already being handled, everything, and you can sleep now, finally, fully, deeply sleep. For this night, everything is already being handled. You are free, you can let go, you can rest. Everything is being handled. And you can sleep. Good night. And now, we've come to the quietest part of the night. You've lived long enough to know that some nights are harder than others, that some questions don't have answers, that life doesn't always make the sense we wish it would. And that's all right. You don't need to understand your life tonight. You've spent decades living it, learning from it, growing through it. One more night without perfect understanding won't change anything. You don't need to remember everything that crossed your mind today. The worries about people you love, the concerns about things you can't control. Let it all fade now. Memory will hold what needs holding. You don't need to try anymore. Not tonight. You've tried so hard, for so long, in so many ways, and you have done enough for one lifetime, certainly enough for one day. Life can take care of itself tonight. It's been taking care of itself through all the years you've lived, through everything you've witnessed. It will be here in the morning, just as it's always been. You can rest now, the kind of rest that goes deep, that reaches into bones that have carried you through decades. That quiets a mind that solved countless problems and somehow kept going through it all. Your body knows how to do this. It's been resting for all these years, through all these decades of nights. Trust it. It's never forgotten the way into sleep. Just breathing now. The same faithful breath that sustained you through every year of your life. Still here. Still carrying you gently toward rest. You've done your part today. You've lived another day of this long, beautiful life. You've made it to another nightfall, and that's enough. Now there's just this. Just breath moving in and out. Just the softness of the bed. Just the quiet darkness wrapping around you like a warm blanket. Nothing to understand. Nothing to remember. Nothing to try. You've done enough. Life can take care of itself tonight. And you you can rest. The night holds you. This moment holds you. Everything holds you while you finally let go. Just breathing, just resting, just being. You've earned this peace. You've lived enough to deserve this rest. Now, just sleep, deep and peaceful and safe. Good night.